Hi everyone, I want to specially welcome you to this tutorial React Native Zomato multi-restaurant food app. This tutorial is a full stack tutorial where we'll be using React Native, we'll be using MongoDB for the backend, we'll be using TypeScript, we'll be using Redux Toolkit, and we'll be using Reanimated. So Zomato restaurant app is a restaurant app majorly used in India. It's one of the leading multi-restaurant app there. And quickly, a disclaimer, I just want to show you some of the cool stuff they did that made their app so exceptional. This is in no way trying to expose their brand. This is in no way trying to compete with their developers. It's just an educational video just to help people to learn some of the cool animation, and I give kudos to them. So this is just under fair use, and as a result of that, I'm also mindful because of copyright issues. So but I'll be showing you some of the cool stuff they did in their restaurant app. So as a result, we will be using React Native to build some of the cool things that they did in their app, and we'll be using React Native. We'll be using TypeScript, and then we'll be using MongoDB for the back end. We'll also be using Redux Toolkit. So without wasting time, I will start showing you some of the cool features, some of the cool things we're going to do in this tutorial. So this is the demo of the old app, and you can see this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Please do subscribe, like, comment, and share. Give me your feedback. I'll respond to all of them. I'm really motivated by your feedbacks, and I want to say thank you for those who have been liking my videos, those who have sent in their comment, those who have shared. You guys are awesome. You guys are great. Thank you very much. You motivate me a lot. Thank you very much. I do not take it for granted. So without wasting time, I'm going to show you around the app what we are going to build in this tutorial. So you can see we have the header section, and the header section has the header location. So that's it. We have Rio from North India, and that's beautiful. And then just see, look at the search bar. The search bar is awesome. It's beautiful. Look at the way it's displayed. Look at the animation going on in the search bar. I'll be showing you how this is achieved, that you can do this by yourself. So if I scroll, look at this beautiful animation, and look at it, it becomes sticky. If I bring it down, look at, if I scroll, when I start scrolling down, you can see this is beautiful. Look at the beautiful frequent food section, regular food section. So we have serving the best always, and look at how it was done. We have the horizontal line, and then we have the words displayed in between the lines, and this is beautiful. And look at the frequent food section. If I scroll, it's horizontally scrollable. This is awesome, isn't it? And this is beautiful. I'll be showing you how to do all these things. And if you come up, if we scroll up, we'll have, so we have the explore restaurant. So we'll be using section list. So we have the frequent food section, and then we have the restaurant section. So we're using two sections in this tutorial for this screen now. So if I scroll it now, we scroll beyond what, above frequent food section, then we'll come to restaurant section, and then we have the explore restaurant, and this is beautiful. And then just see what will happen. We have another sticky header. This is awesome. This is great, right? I'm going to be showing you how to do this, and see it becomes sticky. We have the sort, we have the nearest, we have great deals, ratings, you can see, and it's also horizontally scrollable. This is awesome. And notice when we scroll down, look at, and then when we scroll it up, and it adds a background color of white to it, and every other thing keeps scrolling. This is beautiful. Look at the restaurant display. Isn't this beautiful? Please give it thumbs up. I want you to roll in your likes, your comments. Honestly, it makes me happy a lot. You don't know how much I'm happy and motivated when I see your likes, your comment, and when you subscribe. Thank you. So if you keep scrolling, you see, look at this. And then look at the restaurant. We have Pizza Hut. This is beautiful. It has star rating. Look at, we have Louis Burger. We have Louis Burger, and look at, it has star rating of 3. And if you notice, the color for Pizza Hut is different from the color of Louis Burger. That's the rating color. It's different. So the rating is based on the rating level. So the color changes by the rating level. This is beautiful, and I'm going to be showing you how to do that as well. And you can see we have Louis Burger, and then if we keep scrolling down, we keep scrolling, we have Chicken Republic, and look at the color. The rating color for Chicken Republic is different based on what their rating number, their rating level. You can see Louis Burger has 3, and then Chicken Republic is 2. So you see the colors are different. And then if we come down, you see Rezo is shawarma, and look at its color because it has one rating 1, and look at the color is also different. This is beautiful, isn't it? If you scroll, we have bap of fries, and it has 3. So you can see it has 3. This 3 rating color is the same with Louis Burger. They are both three. So this is beautiful. And you'll notice something at the bottom tab. The bottom tab has the bottom indicator. So if I toggle, I move to the cart, just see, look at the indicator is moving alongside with it. This is beautiful. If I move to profile, this is beautiful. If I move to settings, I'll show you how to do this in real time. And if I come back to home, look at the way it's responsive in real time. And notice when I start scrolling down, the bottom, it will hide the bottom tab. And when I start scrolling up, it brings it up. So just look at what's going to happen. Just look at the bottom tab. If I start scrolling down, see, this is beautiful. It will hide what? The bottom tab. When I scroll down, but when I scroll up, you see, if I scroll down, it will hide it. If I scroll up, and notice another button at the top. When I'm scrolling up, it's showing back to top button. This is beautiful. When I'm scrolling down, it takes it up, but when I start scrolling up, so we say back to top button will display, and if I press it, just see what will happen. It takes me back to the top. This is awesome, isn't it? Come on, get ready, get your water, get ready for this awesome project. It's going to be exciting and a lot of cool features to learn from it. So if I go, look at this, is beautiful. Look at this, is beautiful. So quickly, if I press on Pizza Hut restaurant now, look at what's going to happen. If I press it, beautiful, and it has redirected me to the restaurant screen. Look at the restaurant header there. We have Pizza Hut recommended for you. This is beautiful. Look at the header section, and we also have what? An horizontally scrollable subsection at the end there. So look at it, this is beautiful. And look at the restaurant screen. Look at the way the restaurant screen is displayed. We actually have the menu. The menu, the food are categorized according to their menu. So you can see we have veg pizza. Veg pizza is the menu, whereas we have veggie supreme as the food or item under that veg pizza is under the category. And if you look at it, see we have veg supreme, we have veggie feast, we have chili pineapple pizza, and after that you can see we have the next menu, which is newly launched. And you can see this is beautiful. I'm going to be showing you how to do this, and exactly this is how they did it in their app. So you have the newly launched, and then you can see it has its own menu items, the food items there, and then we have the margarita pizza, and you can see it is displayed for that. And look at the beautiful image there. Look at the beautiful image. So if it's customizable, it will show. If the food item has additive, it will show what customizable. So it's showing that it means that this food has what additive, and if it doesn't have additive, you just see this. It will just show add. And look at, if I just look at what is going to happen. So look at this. If I press add now, see it will change the button, the add button. Good. And it starts counting. And if I increase, let's increase the quantity here. If I increase the quantity here, you'll see if I increase it, look at the animation. Look at the way the number is animating. Look at the way it's animated. If I press it and go up again, it turns to 3. So if you see, if I come now and reduce the quantity, just see it keeps reducing it. And if I reduce it, if I increase this, it keeps increasing. If I reduce it, it will reduce it, it will reduce it. Now that it's equal to 1, if I reduce it again, just see what will happen. If I reduce it, beautiful. See, it has turned back to add button. And you can see how the color changes, how the animations are going on there. And this is beautiful. And you can see this is beautiful. And if I go back, let's go to Louis Burger. So I go to Louis Burger now and we click it. You can see this is beautiful, and it's showing the menu item, showing the menu items there and the food items. So we can see we have the menu, we have the Louis Slim is the menu, Louis Slims is the menu, and inside under Louis Slims we have cheese slims, we have chicken burger, we have chicken. So I just added some random food item, but you understand the idea how it works. And we have lunch combo, and then we have the food item there, we have the value combo, and this is beautiful. So you can see how everything is working. And if I also add this, look at this, is beautiful. And if I reduce, it turns back. This is working out fine. This is beautiful, and you can see it changes the header to Louis Burger, and we're doing fine. Most of these and many other exciting features, what I'll be showing you. So without wasting time, let's go get started. But before we get started, I want to use this moment to really appreciate everyone that has supported me in one way or the other. Thank you all for your likes. Thank you all for your comment. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your subscription. Thank you for subscribing. That's the reason why I'm still making videos here, because I'm motivated by all this, your feedback, all the feedback you're giving me. I'm motivated by your actions. Thank you very much. I can't thank you enough. Special thanks go to everyone supporting me financially. I want to specially thank Tope Sonya. You are great. I really appreciate everything. Thank you, Adeolulu Ashegun David. Thank you, Jake George. Thank you, Vidan Sokola. You guys are awesome and amazing. Thank you, Jamin Zhao. You are a superhuman. You are a superman. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, Zhao. You're a really great guy. Thank you, Augustine. Augustine, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I do not take this. I do not take this for granted. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Vishkos. Thank you, Meredith. Please, and for everyone, I really appreciate you. You guys are special to me, and I strictly dedicate this to you. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So without wasting time, let's go get started. See you. So let's get started. We're going to create this other template for the project. So I'll just come to my terminal. So from the terminal, we're going to create. This is what we're going to create. We're going to create Zoom food. So I'll just enter it. Let's create the starter template. We'll wait for it to create the starter template. So good. The starter template has been created. So let me just navigate to the folder. I'm going to use the code plus to open it in another VS Code. So I'm going to say code. Okay. So I'm going to say cd. Let's navigate to the folder, and we call it Zoom food. Cool. So we can open this in another VS window. VS Code window. Code has been opened in this window. So we can close this. So inside here, we'll come to here, let's create some folders that we'll need the source folder, and then inside the source folder we'll create other folders that we'll need. We'll use a navigation folder. We'll need the screens. We will also need context. We'll need hooks. We'll need component. So we'll keep adding to it later as the need arises. We'll also need Redux. So we'll keep adding to this later as the need arises. So inside here, we'll come to our package.json, and then we need to install some of the dependencies we'll be using for this project. So I already have some of the dependencies, so I'll just paste it and show you, so you can just use accordingly. Don't worry, all the starter template, everything will be provided, including the asset and the styles for this project. I'll provide the styles. You'll find it in the description box, so just follow through and get everything so that I won't waste time. So you can make your coding faster, and then you can pay attention to what's more important. So I'll just come here and paste all the things we need to install. So this is so we need to install all of these. So I'll just press enter so that it can install it. So see, we have an error. So there's an error somewhere. Okay, it must be from here. So here, so we're gonna give it. That's all we need to do. That's where the error came from. So let's install everything again. So what I will do is I will just add my package.json. I will add it to the starter template, so you can just get all the dependencies from there. And then once you get all the dependencies, you just use the package.json and then do npm install. So you see all the dependencies have been installed. You can see them; they are showing already. So we're using async storage, bottom tabs. We have navigation's native stack. We are using Redux Toolkits, Stripe. We'll be using Stripe. We'll be using vector icons. We'll be using Axios, expo constant, expo location. You can see everything is here. So you can see these are the dependencies we'll be using. We have a React Native animated number. React Native maps, modals, reanimated, rolling bar. You can see SVG, and we'll be using Redux persist. So cool, we are good to go. So this is this is my package JSON now. So you can I will include this in the starter template that I will give to you. You can check it in the description. The link will be in the description box. So once you just get this, you can just copy all the dependency or just copy the package.json, and then you come here and do npm install or npm I. So once you press that, it will install all the packages automatically for you. So that won't waste time. So we've done all this. So let's continue. So we're going to start with the navigations, the root stack and the bottom stack. So I will not also waste time on that because I already have a video for that. So if you want to learn more about that, extensive explanation is in the video. So here we're just going to run through, and then we can concentrate on the new things, the new features, and what's more important. So we'll not be wasting time on that. So quickly, I'll come here, I'll come to my navigation. Inside my navigation, I'm going to create root navigation .tsx. Then I'll also create bottom tab, or let's call it tabs navigation .tsx. So that's what we'll quickly work on. So let's go to the bottom tab, the tabs navigator. That's what we use to render our bottom tabs. So I'm going to come here and say export. Let's say export type tab stack params, and then we're going to have home. Let's make it undefined for now. We're going to have cart. We're going to have cart, and then let's make that undefined for now as well. Then we're going to have let's have like 4. We're going to have profile. Let's make it undefined, and then let's have settings. So I'm going to say tab stack. So we're going to get bottom tab, create bottom tab navigator. So we can come here and we can say create bottom tab navigator, and then we're going to pass our tab stack params to it. Then I'm going to say export type. Okay, I think before I continue with this, let me just display my screen. Let's get. So I'm going to use npx expo start. So I'm working on a project currently, so that's why it's asking me. So I'm going to be using port 8083 for this. Yes, continue. So it's going to be using port 8083. So Metro Bundler is about to begin. So I'll be using my Reflector 4 because I'm using a Windows computer with my iPhone. So I'm going to be using Expo Go to run this app. I'll use my Reflector 4 to connect my app. So this is the app. So we're good to go. So I'm just going to minimize this so we can see the entire screen for now. So keep working on it. Keep working. So come here. Let's continue with this, and then we're going to get the type, and then we're going to have let's call it tab stack screen props. Tab stack screen props. So we're going to be passing generic into this, and then we're going to use extend. So we're going to say extend key of tab stack params. I'm just going to bring this down. So I'll be using my reflector 4 to connect my phone screen to the computer. Got all that. So cool, we have our project live, and I'll just move it to the side of the screen. So we can continue. Let's quickly create our bottom tabs, our navigations. So I'll come here and say tabs. Let's call it tab stack, screen props. And now we're going to be using generic, and then say extend. So let's extend key of, to be key of tab stack params. I'm just going to minimize this. So extend does not have comma. Tab stack params. So I'll just come here and say, so equal to, so I'm going to be using composite screen props. Let's see if we have it, composite screen props, yes. So inside that we have the bottom tab screen props. So bottom tabs screen props. So pass our tabs, stock params. And then we can, so it's going to be the root. We'll create that from our root navigation. So we're going to call it root stack screen props. So we'll create that from our root navigator. So we'll complete it, we'll come back to it very shortly. Then I can come here and say const. So let's create the tabs navigator. I'm going to pass the return function. Then, so we'll use our tab stack. Inside we'll get the navigator. So we need to get the screen options. So the screen options, we want to get a tab bar show label, make it equal to false. We want to display our own header and label. So we want to get a tab bar. So tab bar hidden on keyboard, make that true. So let's create the bottom tabs now. So to create the bottom tabs, we're gonna have tabs, tab stack, and then let's get the screen. And this will be a self-closing tag. And the first one I want to get is the home. So let's get home. It's going to be the name we're going to call it home. And then so we're going to get the component we'll create very shortly. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll get the options. So options will be, we want to display our own header. So we're going to say header shown header shown over false. So let's create, so we're linking this home to the home we created here, the home. So let's create the home screen so we can link everything up. So we're going to create a file and then let's call that home screen.tsx. Then for now tsrnf will do. tsrnf. So for now this will do, so we can import the home screen. So we're going to import home screen, correct. You see this is working fine. So let's quickly work on the root stack before we continue. So we'll bring the root stack here. And for the root stack, I'm just really going to copy some things from here. So I'm going to import, let's import React from React. We're going to import so we're going to import some things from native stack. So we'll get the create native stack navigator, and then we need to get the native stack screen props. So we're getting them from our native stack. So we also need to get from native the navigator screen params. So we'll come here and say export type. So we'll get the root stack, params, and then we now link it up with our bottom tabs using the navigator screen params. So we're going to say, let's call it tab stack. So we use our navigator screen params and then link it with our we'll bring our tab stack params, so to import it from our tab navigator. So we're good to go there. Then we can add other root to it, other root name to it. So we'll leave it, we'll come back to it later, and then we'll come here and say const root stack. So here we're going to create native stack navigator. Remember in the other place at the bottom tab we created what? We created bottom tab navigator. So here we're going to create native stack navigator. So create native stack navigator, and then we will pass what our root stack params into it, and then we're good to go. So here we're going to say export type root stack screen props, just the same way we did for the bottom tabs. So we're going to say extend key of, so we can add into the root stack params. So it's a generic, so we can add other roots to it later. So we're going to say native stack screen props, and then we'll pass the root stack params, and then we'll give it there, so it can allow us to make changes to it and add more roots to that. So we can come to our tab navigator now and import the root stack screen props. So let's import the root stack screen props. You can see it. and now you see what will happen. We need to bring the tab stack automatically. That's it. And you see the error is gone. So let's come here and create other tabs, other bottom tabs. So we're going to use let's call this cart. So we need to create the component. So we need to create the screen here. So we're going to call it cart screen. Cart screen.tsx. Then we also need to create profile screen .tsx. Then we need to create the settings. Let's create settings.tsx. So inside our cart screen, we'll just use tsrnf and save this. Profile tsrnf. We'll save that tsrnf, and then we'll save that so we can come here and create the tabs, the bottom tabs for them. So I'm going to add 2 more. So this will be, so we import cart screen here. Cool. So this will be, let's call this profile, and then we import profile screen, and this will be settings, correct, we call it settings. So let's import settings from our screen. So everything's working fine, and you can see where we're getting the root from the tab stack params. So these are the roots we declared. So we save it, and then we'll come to our root navigator. So inside the root navigator too, we need to create the navigator and then the screens. So to do that, we're going to just come here and say root navigator, and then we're going to pass the return into that. Inside the return, we're going to get the root stack. So we get the navigator as well, just the same way we did for the bottom tab. So we're going to say root stack dot screen this time, and then we're going to go. So from our navigator, we don't need to pass anything to that. So our root stack dot screen, the first screen you have to create, the first screen you want to appear will be should be the first on this list. So for mine now, I want the bottom tabs. So I want to display the bottom tabs first, and to do that, you see that we have linked the bottom tabs to the root stack, and then we'll call it tab stack, which is here using so you can see. So it's inside the root stack params. Let me call it root stack params. Root stack params. So we're good to go. So that's the first screen I want to display. I want the bottom tabs, and then inside that I want the home screen to display first, and that's why home screen is the first on the list here. So it's going to display this first, the home screen, because it's the first. So I want to display the bottom tabs, the tab stack. So I'll get a name, and then it's what tab stack. So after that, I want to get a component. The component will be, we have tabs. So we want to import the tab navigator. So another thing we need to do is we need to export tabs navigator. We've not exported it, so export default tabs navigator. So we can import it here. So it will bring tabs navigator, correct, and everything is working fine. And we also need to export default root navigator. So we're good to go. So we'll come to our home screen and let's finalize the setup from the home screen. So from the home screen here, we'll change this to, so we'll bring the tab stack screen props, the tab stack screen props, and then from there you'll see, so we can get the home, and then from here we get a navigation, and then we get the routes. So we're good to go. We'll do the same for the cart screen and the profile and then the settings screen. So I just gonna say tab stack screen props, cart, navigation, and then routes. Done. So we're good to go. So for now we're going to remove all these. We're not going to be using them yet. So once we're done with this, we need to wrap our app inside our app.tss. We need to wrap it inside the navigation container. So I'm going to remove all this. And then we're going to get the navigation container from React navigation /native, and then we'll bring it here. Then let's bring our root navigator. So let's import our root navigator. That's all we need to do. If we reload, so you can see it has changed. You can see that our app has changed. So you can see it has changed and it's showing home screen already. And you can see all the bottom tabs are already showing up. So we have 4 for now, so it's already showing up. And then, so we'll keep working on it. We'll remove the tab stack, we'll remove the headers shortly, because we're going to be adding custom tab to it. So we'll just leave it this way, then we'll come back to the custom tabs later. So when we get to the custom tabs, we will change all the bottom tabs, and then you'll see everything showing up appropriately. So we'll just come here, and then let's get the options. So from our root stack, so let's come to our root stack. From our root stack here, so we're going to say, let's get options, and then we're going to say header shown, make it false. So you can see the header is gone. So we'll get started. Let's continue with the home screen. The next thing we'll do now is let's design the header for the home screen and then the search bar. That's what we'll do. So I'm going to remove this. So for the style, I'm going to be calling the style from an external source, so we won't have to waste time styling. So because of that, I'm also going to leave the style. All the style we'll be using for this project, you can get it from the link in my description below. You'll get it from my GitHub. So I'll leave it. I'll add all the styles in the starter template that I will be leaving, so that we can move faster in this project. So check my description to get the style or my GitHub account, so you can get the style and all the starter templates. So let's get started. So I'll just be calling it. I have it already here, the styles component. So I'll come here for the home. We're going to get so we're going to call it from header. You can see I'm already calling it header style.home. So home container. So if you come here to our styles, we have what we call header styles. So I'm just quickly put it up here. So for now we can take this out, so and then take this out as well. So if you see now from my home screen, you can see header style, from style component, and from what header. So you see, so from header style, so that's where I'm taking it from. So inside it we have what, so I'll be showing you during the project how everything is working. So you can see we have header style, so that's what I'm using, and then we have the home container, and the home container we have a flex one, and then background color white. So we're taking the background color from colors, and colors is from our constant. So let me quickly show you that. So we have it from our constant, so we can bring the constant up, see it here. So we have the constant, we have all the colors, so you can see, so you get the link to all this, so you can make use of it as well. So when we start with styling, so you can see everything is here. So we'll come to our home. So in our home we're using this, we're using home container. That's what we want to use, that's what we're using here, home container. So you can see just lighting up the screen. So we'll continue, and then after that we'll get our safe area view from React, safe area view from React Native, and then inside it we're going to use style. So we're going to say style padding top, and then it will be, so platform, import platform from React Native, platform.os, platform.os equal to, so we're going to get platform from OS, and then Android equal to 40 and 0. So we can make this a safe area view self closing tag. Remove this. So we get the safe area view. So after that we'll come here, and then let's get another view. Then we use another view here, and so inside this view we're going to get, let's add style to it, and then we're going to call it the home header. So the home header, so we're going to get from header style dot home header. So I'll be showing you that, so you can just get everything from the description, from the style files. So this is it. We're giving it padding horizontal 10, align self center, z index 10. So that's the home header, and from there we're going to render the headers component. So to do the headers component, we're going to go into our component and create that. So what I'm going to do, inside the component folder, I'm going to create another folder and let's call it home headers, or let's call it home header. And inside the home header, so inside the home header I'm going to create, let's create the headers component. So inside this I'm going to say tsrnf. So inside this place we're going to create, we're going to create the location header under the search bar here. So I'm going to have to create that also. So we'll come inside here and let's create the location header. .tsx, and then let's create the search bar. So location header, inside our location header, so we'll bring in location. Let's import location here, location header. So we can go into our location header. So inside the location header we're going to
Let's get the safe area view from React Native. Let's use the self-closing tag. Then we're going to get the view. So we'll get the header style, and from the header style we have the location header. We have the location container. That's what we're going to be using here. So we're going to be displaying the icon. So we're going to get another view. So we're going to get the location container, and it said that we're going to import ion icons. So let's get ion icons. So from ion icons now we'll come here, and then let's import ion icons. So we'll get the name. The name we're going to be using is location. So location will give a size. The size will be, let's import it from our sizes dot xxl, and then we get the color. So color will be, let's get color dot red. Let's no colors from our type from our constants. So we have color dot red, and then we can save this. And then from our home screen, so you can see everything in real time, we're going to have to bring it in. So let's import headers component, and you can see it's showing up already. So we'll come back to our location header. So inside here, let's create another view. I'm going to use touchable opacity from React Native. And we're going to apply text to it. So here we're going to display the name, the username. So I'm just going to do something real area. So for the opacity, we're going to pass, let's pass a style to that, and we're going to get it from our header style dot username. So we have the username container. So that's what we're going to pass into this, and then inside here we're going to pass the style. So we're going to pass style, and inside this style we're going to pass the username. So we're going to get header style dot username. So we're going to go, if I save it, you can see it's appearing, and then we have the style here. So we're talking about the location container, and the location container contains a spread of flex row between. So I'm just going to show you what that is. So flex row between, so it has flex direction row, justify content space between, and align items. So the way I did it, I wrote it outside because we're going to be making use of it in so many places, so that I won't have to rewrite all these every time. So I created a constant for it and passed the view style type to it, so we can declare it here. And once you declare it here, you see we did the same thing for flex row gap. Once you declare it here, if you want to use it in another file, you just add export to it. You can see I added export to this, and then you can see, so all you just need to do, you can see I just brought in what flex row between. That's all you need to do, so you don't have to rewrite it every time, so it makes it faster that way. So this is the style sheet itself that I created using style sheet.create, and the other style, so I just brought what the flex row between, and you can see, so I don't have to rewrite it. You can see, so that's what I'm doing here. Location container, and then we have the username. So we have flex direction row, align items, center. So that's for the name, and then we have the username itself. So give it font size size.xl, and then colors.black. So if I go to my constant, you will see XL. So we have the sizes here. So XL is what, 20. So that's what I'm using. I give it a style of 20, and then color of black. So colors. So you have it here. So you can see the colors, I declared them here. So color black, and I'm using export, so I can import it in all my files where it's needed. So that's what I'm doing here. So this is the constant. All these you will have access to it. Just check the description box, and then you get those styles, so we can move faster. So we'll come here, come back to our location header. Inside our location header, okay, we could, let's go to the style. So we'll come here. The next thing we want to display here is we'll get our iron icons, and then so inside the iron icons, I'm going to get the name. I'm going to use a chevron down. That's the name. We're going to give it color. So the color will be, let's use colors. So colors dot black. Then we're going to use size. Let's give it sizes dot so small. So that's all we need to do here. If I save it, so let me just enlarge the screen so you can see. So you can see the chevron down color. So that's all we've been doing since. You can see the chevron down color and you can see the name displaying. So we'll continue. So outside the opacity, I'm going to pass text. So pass the location. So I'm just going to pass a static location. So I'm just passing something and just sending something inside there. So it's nothing to worry about. So we're going to get, let's add a style to that. So we're going to get it from our header style, and then we're going to get user location context and user location text. So I can move this down so you can see it. So if I save this and cool, you can see everything is working out well. So we'll continue. That will be the location of the user. Then we'll come outside of the view. Let's come here. And then we're going to render another view. Then use a touchable opacity. And then our iron icons. So inside the iron icons, we'll give it name. Let's call it menu. Then let's give it color. Let's get a colors dot black. Then we'll give it size. So let's give it size from sizes dot. Let's give it XSL. And inside our opacity here, we'll add a style, and the style will be header style dot menu container. Good. Then now we're passing that. We're supposed to pass this to. So this one will be header style dot. We're supposed to pass the. Let's you can still use the username container. Then in here we're going to pass header style. So we have this will pass the menu container. So if I save this now, cool. So we have everything set up, and then okay, I'm sure. So for now, what I'll just do is I'll go to let's go to our home screen. And from our home header, let's header style. Let's go to our home header. Yes, we'll remove this for now. If we need it later, we'll come back to it. But for now, we're going to remove it. So say cool, everything is working out fine. So this is what we actually wanted to display. So we'll remove this, we'll come back to it later. So we can continue. So I'll come here. So we'll just leave the location header here. We'll still come back to it. There are some animations we need to pass into it, so we'll come back to it later. So but for now, it's fine. So the next thing we'll quickly do is to display this search bar. So let's work on this search bar. So I'll come to the search bar here. So inside our search bar, I'm going to remove and then let's import safe area view. Then we'll have a view. So we import safe area view from React Native. We have view from React Native as well. And then inside here, So let me just bring it in to our headers component. So let's bring our search bar here. So let's import search bar. Let me take this down. So we're going to import our search bar here. Then we save this. And then here we're going to use, let's import touchable opacity from React Native. And then we have our iron icon. Let me quickly import iron icon. So we can use iron icons now. So we're going to call it name, and then it's search. We have search, we have color. Color will be colors.red. Colors should be imported from our colors. Style sheet of colors or red. Then I want to give it size. So the size will be, let's import size dot, let's make it SLG. So we save that, and you can see it's already showing. So let's add some styles. So we're going to say style. So we're going to add array of style to this. So we add header styles, and then we're going to get our flex row between, and then we have padding. Let's pass padding of 10 to that. So you can see, and then I'm going to add, so the touchable opacity, I'm going to add, let's get header style. So we have search bar container. So we can say 0.75 active opacity. So if we save that, you see, so you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? So that's what we're using. And then the next thing is we are going to use the rolling text from a React Native rolling bar. So I'll just import that too. So I've imported rolling text from React Native rolling bar. So we'll come inside here and then we'll use it. So we have rolling text, and then send the rolling text. So inside the rolling text we have default style. We're going to make it false. Then let's make it interval of 3000, and then custom style. Let's give it custom style. We'll give it custom style of headers dot style dot rolling text. So header dot style dot rolling text container. So I'm quickly going to show you that here. So we have, you can see this is the search container, the search bar container. This is the style for that. So you get all of this. We have the rolling text container. That's it has padding left, then width 80 and height 47. So I'm going to come back here. Sorry, and it's not supposed to be a self-closing tag. So I'm going to copy all this. Okay, we'll just leave it this way, and then we can, yes, I think we're good to go. So inside here we're going to, so let's create the because this is going to create a search bar animation. So let's create the text that we want to animate inside this search bar. So let's come up here. Can actually remove this, and then, so I'm going to use const let's say placeholder text, and it will be an array of strings. So I've imported everything. This is it. This is what we'll be using. These are the text we want to animate, and it will be displayed as our search bar. So it's an array of text. It's an array of string, and then we called it our placeholder text, and then we have search pizza, search shawarma, search burger, search cakes. So we will come inside our rolling. So we'll come inside our rolling text, and then I use placeholder text. So from placeholder text, we're going to map. We'll map through it, and then so let's get the text. So I'm going to get the text and the ID. So inside it, we're going to get text from React Native, and then we're going to pass the text. Let's give a style. So let's give a style. Let's give a font size 13, and then font weight bold. Then let's pass key into that. So the key will be ID. So you can see our rolling text is throwing an error, and the error is our children element default. So it's not assignable to intrinsic attribute, and property children does not exist. So the error we are having here is actually from development, the people that made it, that developed it. So one way or the other, they didn't get to pass the TypeScript and then the children props correctly. So that's why it's throwing an error. So what we can do is we have to update the file so we can pass the children props into it. So what we'll do is we create patches. So I'm also going to leave the patches for you so that you can also make use of it. You don't have to worry. So I've already added the patch here, the patch file. So this is the patch file. So we need to update that file. The file is in our modules and our rolling bar. So this is where it is inside our node modules. So index.ts. So we need to update that file so that we can correct the error. So I think these are just basic operations when you're using Git. So we'll remove the ones they have there before, and then add. So we'll add children because it's saying that there's no children. So we add children, and then we make it of React node. So that doesn't exist in it. So we need to add that to this file. It's there in the node, but we don't have time. You can just follow through this, and you see the differences. You can check the file out. So we are updating this. We want to make changes to it so that it can have what the children node, and then we are also going to be making some changes. So we need to import React node. It's not in the original file, in their primary file. So that's just basically what's happening. You can just go through this. I will leave it in the description box. It will be part of the starter template I'll leave for you. So you see, this is interesting, right? And do ensure to subscribe, like, and share, and just to encourage. Thank you very much. So these are the things you can go through it. So I'll leave it. You get it inside the patch, and then so after doing this, what the next thing you need to do now is to install this so that you can update it. So we'll go back to our package.json so that we can update this, and you see the error will go away shortly. So in my package.json, we'll go to the script here. So in my package.json, we'll come here, we'll go to the script, and all you just need to do is add post install. So the post install will say npx patch package. So that it can update it and make changes to it. So that's all. If we save this now, then all you need to do is let me open a new terminal. So let's see, let me close this. I'll close this as well. Then I'll open a new terminal. So inside the new terminal, you're just going to see, I just say npm install. That's all. And you see it will recognize the change that needs to be made. So you can see it's already saying it, npx package, so it will update it. It will go into the file now, update the file, so the error will go away. So you can see it has been updated. Let me just show you. So you can see it needs to be reviewed and it has fixed it. So let me say it worked out. So you can see applying patches, and it has been applied to React Native rolling bar. You can see, so it has been applied, it has been done successfully. So we can go back. Let's go back to the search bar now. You see that there's no more error. We don't have any error. You see the error has gone. You can see. So that's all you just need to do. So you get the file. So you just follow the process I followed just now. I used just now. So if I save everything now, you can see beautiful. So you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see, so we have the search bar and everything is working out fine and there's no error anymore. So please do subscribe, like, share, give me your feedbacks. I'll respond to all of them. Thank you very much. So the next thing we're going to do now is we're going to work on the category section where regular foods will be displayed. So without wasting time, let's just go get started with that. So we'll save the search bar here. So we're still going to be passing some animations to this, to our search bar and our location. So I prefer to do everything in real time. So we'll come back to them later. And then before we leave this, so another thing we can add here is, let's come to this place after the rolling text. So after the rolling text, I'm going to say icons, icons. So inside the iron icons, I'm going to, let's get name. So the name, we use Mike. Let's get size. So let's use size .xx. Let's use SLGS. And then let's get color. So let's use colors.red. So we can assign that. You can see it's showing up already. So I think this is beautiful. So we'll come back later for the animation, because the animation is actually dependent on so many factors that we have not done. So I don't want it to look confusing. So we need to get all that done. We need to display the product, the food, and then the restaurant section, so that we can scroll the screen. So that way it will make sense. You will see the animations in real time that way, and it makes much sense. So let's go back to our home screen. From our home screen, so from the home screen, we'll come here. We'll come out of this view, and this view as well, and let's render another view from React Native. So this view we're going to have our section list here. So for that, we need to create a component for that. So I'll just come to my component folder. Okay, let me do it this way so we can see everything in real time. There's .tsx. Cool, I think it's better this way. So let's create a folder. I'm going to call it home. Let's call it home section list. So inside the home section list, we're going to create, let's create a file. Let's call it section list content.tsx. So it's our section list. Let's just use tsrnf. And then in here, we're going to create two major sections. So we're going to create two major sections here. So I'm going to come here and say const section list data. So it's going to be an array. So we give it title. So the title, let's call it frequent. frequent food, and then let's pass the data. So, yeah. And then render item. So we're going to create I'm just going to copy this and paste it. So we're going to create two sections. So let's quickly create them. So let's call it a frequent food section. So .tsx, frequent food section.tsx. Then the second one would be, let's call it restaurant section. So tsrnf, save this frequent food tsrnf as well and save it. So we'll come here and then we'll pass the frequent, so frequent food section, and then here we'll pass the restaurant section. Then we're supposed to give it a comma here. And it's supposed to be self-closing tag. So we're good to go. No longer have any error there. So I'll just remove this. Everything is set and fine. So everything is fine. So we can see the whole screen here. So we're going to be using the section list from React Native. That's what we use to render our frequent food section and our restaurant display. So we'll come inside here. I'll remove all these. I'm going to pass an empty fragment, and in here let's have view. And then we'll come back to this. Okay, for now we can make use of it. So let's import section list from React Native. So we import section list from React Native, and that's what we'll use. So inside the section list we have, let's get the sections. So the section will be equal to our section list data. Yes, exactly. Then let's have key extractor. The key extractor will be an item. And then index. So we're going to call it a string. So for now this will do. So come to our frequent food here. Inside the frequent food section, we're going to create the frequent food. We're going to create frequent food from the component for frequent food, and then we'll pass it into our frequent food section. So what I'll do here is I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to call it frequent food.tsx, and then do tsrnf. We'll save it, and then I'll come here to our frequent food section and import frequent food. So that's all we need to do here. So we can get started with our frequent food. So we'll come into our frequent food here, and then we're going to use the scroll view from React Native. And this is our scroll view. We're going to see horizontal. We want to make it horizontal, list scrollable, and then shows horizontal scroll indicator. Indicator will be false. Then inside which we'll use flat list from React Native as well. So let's call flat list from React Native. That's what we'll use to render our frequent food. So our data will be from category. We will soon get this. We are going to be fetching because of that. So data, we're going to pass category, then render item. So our render item, we're going to create it here. Now I'm going to say const render item, or let's call it food item. So inside here we're going to create the food card. So let's create the food card. So let's create the outside this section list. I think I need to rename section. So inside, let's create inside our component. So we're going to create food card here. Or better still, let's have it inside here. So foodcard.tsx, tsrnf. So we'll leave it here. I think what we should do now is to go and create go and get the backend done so we can create the food. So we'll come here and let's render our food card. So here we have we're going to use render food item. So next thing we're going to do now is let's go and create our backend, our database using MongoDB, so that we can create those food and save it in our backend in MongoDB. Then we can fetch it from MongoDB and then display them in the front end. So we'll quickly go and let's go and work on the backend. So we'll come to our Zomato food, come to this place and then create, or better still, we can use we'll just come here, let's come to our npm. So what we can just do is come inside the app folder, which is Zoom Food, and create the backend here. So I'm just going to say npx xps create expo app backend, and then this is it. This is all we need to do, and then let's enter it. I'll press enter. So you see the app has been created. So when we have our backend here already, so it has created the template. So what we'll just do is I'll navigate to that. So see the backend. So let's open this in another VS Code window. So Code Plus. So good. So there won't be distraction. So quickly inside here, I'm just going to create some folders that we'll use. We'll need I need to create a config. Then I need services. I need a file for types check. Then I will need to create the models, the routes, and the controllers. So I'll come here and get the models folder, the route folder, and then we need the controller. So we need a controller. Let's use the appropriate naming. Let's use appropriate name. That's controllers. Yes, because we have different controllers in it. Then another thing we need to do is we need to create. Okay, we'll create that later. So let's get started with the config file. So inside the config file, we're going to create, let's call it index.ts, and you notice the difference. When I was working on the front end, I was using tsx, and preferably you use ts for the back end. So do what suits you, but I think it's my advice that you use ts here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to export. Let's export const port. So let's get the port, and the port will be process dot. Okay, we need to install some of the dependencies that we'll be using here too. Yes, we need to install some of the dependencies. So we'll go to the package.json. Let me bring up the package.json. So we need quite some dependencies. So these are the packages we would need for this project. So don't worry, I'll also leave them for you so you can install. You can just get it, or it will be inside the startup template. So you can just get all these packages and then copy and paste them without having any error. So we're going to be using bcrypt at types bcrypt. So we're going to be using bcrypt. So the reason why we have a types bcrypt is because we're going to be using bcrypt. So we have bcrypt here. So we're going to be using Mongos, we're going to use Malta, we're going to use NodeMon, and then at types TS Node. We're going to be we are going to also install the types for Malta. We're going to use Slugify, short ID, quite a lot of them. So we are installing Mongos, then we have to install the types for Mongos Express. We also need to install the types for Express. So at types Express. So that's how it works. So you can see them. So you just get this in the starter template as well. So you can just copy and paste and then install. So what I'll just do here is I'll press enter so it can install all of them. And make sure you are in the right directory. So I mean backend. So I'm installing it to what the backend package is, package.json. So you can see everything has been installed. So let me just show you through all the dependencies. So you can see everything has been installed correctly. So we're good to go. So another thing you can do is you can just copy the package.json, this package.json that I'll leave in starter template. So you just copy the whole script, paste it in your own, or you just replace it with your own package.json. And then once you've done that, you come to the directory here and just do npm install, and it will install all the packages automatically. So you can also do that, but I will leave the both options so you can pick those files, those packages and install by yourself. So it's up to you, but the most important thing is that we've installed all the packages. So let me just minimize this, let me reduce it a little. So we're good to go. And then the next thing we want to do now, let's go back to our ts config. We have installed our .env. Yes, .env is there. Yeah, so we can call it now. So we'll come here and say process.env. See, it's bringing it already. env.port. So another thing we need to do is .port, or we're going to use 8082. So the next thing to do is we want to connect to our MongoDB. So and to do that, so the next thing we'll do is to set up our MongoDB. So I'm going to be using Atlas. So what I'll just do is go to MongoDB website. So get the MongoDB website, and all you just need to do is to register with them if you don't have an account. It's so simple and straightforward. You can use your Gmail to just register straight up. So I already have an account, so you go to get started. So since I already have an account, I'll scroll down. So if you don't have an account, you just need to register. It doesn't take long. So I already have an account and I'm going to log in instead. So I'm going to log in through my Google Gmail account. So this is my account. So what I'll do is I'm just going to let's create a new one from here. So let me call it Zomato app, and it's going to be new project. So let's call it Zoom Food. We'll call it Zoom Food optional. This is a tag, it's optional. So for now I'm not adding any member, so this will do. So we can just say create project. So we need to create cluster. So let's create cluster immediately. So I'm going to use the free tier. You can just click on the free tier, and then inside here AWS, that's fine. So you don't really have to do any other thing here. So just go to create deployment. So okay, so let's just get this done. So it has created it, and that's it. So it's created a password, so you can change the password. So let me just change the password and use something we can relate easily with. So I'll say Zoom Food 123. So let me copy this and let's take it to our, let's get the password. Let me bring it up here. So let's save it here, and then so the username too, let me copy it and save it accordingly. So let's check the network access. So you can access it from anywhere. So the first user will have Atlas admin. Okay, that's fine. So let's check the access. So we can change this, if you like, you can change this as access so that you can access your database from anywhere. So what we can do is access entry. Now we can make it 000. So we say 0, or better still, we can create another one. Let's create another one and make it active. So let's add IP address. So we'll say 0.0.0.0/0. This access is a potentially allow access to all. Yes, so we want to do that. So let's just leave it the way it is, so we can access it from so you can access it from anywhere. So let's create database user, and then choose a connection. So we're going to choose a connection. We're going to choose MongoDB for VS Code. So we choose that, and then we can, so that it has set everything up for us. You can see the username is already there, Zoom forward, everything has been set up. So all we just need to do is copy this, and that's what we need. So I think we're good to go. So this is the connection string. As you see, it has set everything up. Already have the username and then the password. Everything is there. So it's ready. So quickly, let's go into our services, and then inside our services, we'll create the database and then the express file. So I'll come here. Let's create the file for database. So database.ts, and then let's create express. Let's say express app.ts. So inside our, so let's create the Mongo, let's call it our export const Mongo URI. So we can pass this string into it. So you see we pass the connection string into this. So Mongo URI, and then we passed it. So we can save this. Let's go to our database. From our database, I'm going to say export default, and then async. So we use try and catch method. Try and catch method, and then we're going to say await mongoose. Let's import mongoose from MongoDB. So I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose. So it's from MongoDB. So we imported it, and then we can call mongoose here now. Await mongoose.connect, and then let's bring our Mongo URI. Cool, and it has imported it from our config file, and then we're good to go. Else, so we'll get the catch error if there's an error. So if there's an error, let's just use console.log error. And then if there's an error, we want to close the connection, so we exit. We don't want to leave our connection open, so process.exit. And that's all we need to do here. So we can come to our app, our express app.ts. Inside our express app.ts, we're going to import express from express, and then we'll need application for the type. So the two will come from express. So cool. Then we're going to say export default. So export default async. So our app will be equal to, so the app is just a declaration, that's the constant I declared. So app is equal to the application. So you can call it any name you like. So we can now use it here. So we'll now say app.use. So we'll get express. So express.json, and express.json, yes, we need to call it like this. Then another thing we'll do app.use. So we're going to say app.use express.url encoded. Then we'll get extended will be true. Then app.use. So we can get our assets. So let's just do that once and for all too. So we're going to say assets. That's where we'll save all our images, anything relating to images or assets. So we want to pass that to express.static. Then we get assets. So to target the assets folder inside our backend folder, inside our backend template rather. So I think for now that's all we need to do here. So we'll come down here and say return app, so we can call it. So I think the last thing we need to do now is we'll go into our template here. Inside backend, let's create a folder here. So we can create, so we're going to let's call it index.ts. So and inside here, then I'm going to import db. So I don't want to give it the name, so you can give it the name, any name you like. So I chose to give it db, so I'll say db. So I'll bring it from service. Let's bring our database, and then database. So you can give it any name you like. I chose dbcon. for DB connection. So we are going to declare for app2. I'm the one that give it the name, so you can call it any name you like. So I'll also call it from services, and then we'll import express app. So I think we're good to go. So we need to start the server now. So we're going to say const start server. Const start server is an async. Let's pass async method to that so you can await connection. So we're going to say const app equal to express, and then no, then we can say await dbcon, and then await app. No, await app, and then we'll pass our app into it. So that's what we need to do. So we're now going to say app.listen. So we're going to listen to port. Let's import port from our config file. It has been imported. Port, and then we'll give it a callback function. So we say console.log. So we're going to say console.log. Let's use our object literals to combine string with what JSX. So we're going to say database. We'll return database connection from. So let's say from port. Port. So we're going to say database connection from port. So we can save this. I think so. We need to instantiate it. We need to start the server. So we need to call that function here. So we're going to say start server. Then we'll call the function. So I think we're good to go. So we imported port from our config file. So let's save everything. So if everything worked out fine, we should have connection to our MongoDB. So all I'll just do is come here and say npm. Oh, there's one more thing we need to do. We also need to use nodemon. So we'll go to our package.json and change it to nodemon so that nodemon can always update our app state. So we'll go to the main. So main here, we're going to change this, and then we're going to make this. So we're going to call it node modules. So let's look for node modules, and inside that we get expo, and then we have app entry, and the app entry .js. Then we come to our start. So we'll not use expo start. So instead of expo start, we'll use nodemon. So nodemon, and then we'll say we're going to start the server from the in.ts. So we're not using index.txt anymore, we're using this. This is what we use to start the server. So we save these, that's all we need to do. We save these, and then let's come down here and just open another terminal. So we're just going to say npm start, and nodemon should kick start now. Good, it is working fine. So nodemon has taken over. So if everything worked out fine, we should have connection. So it seems we have an error. So let's check where the error is coming from. I have because I'm working on a project currently, so the port 8082 is not available. So I need to change that. So that's why I didn't connect. So we'll go back to our index.ts. So let's make this 84. So it's telling me that connection is currently in use. So if we restart, starting TS node, it should connect now. Cool, and we have our connection. So database connection from what port 8084. So that's the connection we'll be using. So everything is working fine. We've been able to connect to our MongoDB. So the next thing we'll do is to create our food. We need to create the food and add them into our database. So we need to create the frequent food, we'll create the restaurant, we'll create the food, the menus, and then we'll create the menu items. So these are the things we need to create in the database, but we'll take them step by step so that you can follow along in real time. So the first we are going to create now is the frequent food, because that's what we need right now. So we'll create it, we'll create the models, we'll create the controllers and the routes. So the next thing we're going to do now is we're going to create the models for the frequent food, so we can add those so we can add the frequent food to our database and then fetch it from the database to be displayed in the front end. So without wasting time, we'll come here and inside our file here we'll go into our models. So inside the models, let's create a file. So I'm going to call it frequent food model. So we're just going to say frequent food.ts. So we're good to go. So in here we're going to import. I'm going to import Mongoose. I'll import Mongoose, and then Mongoose I'll bring schema. Okay, let's just do it this way from then here I'm going to say const, let's say frequent food equal to new schema. And inside it we're going to get a name. The name will be type of string, and it will have it is required. We're going to make it required true. Then we'll get the image URL. So the image URL will be an array of objects. So it will be a type. It's a type of string as well. And then it will be required. So required is true. I think basically these are just these two criteria we need here. So kind of a comma here. And then in here we're going to say to JSON. So to JSON, so we can get transform, and we'll say doc. So say delete. So we don't want it to return the property for version. So we're going to say v. It will not return them because we will not need them, so that it will reduce the number of item it will return. So we're going to say dot created, and we want to delete it when it's returning this function, and then we also delete updated out because we don't need them in this context. Then after this we want to get the timestamp, so we're going to say the timestamps will be equal to true. So I think that's all we need to do here. So we'll just come out of here, come out of this place, and then we're going to say const frequent food. Let me write it this way. Frequent food will be equal to mongoose.model, and then we need to pass the TypeScript to that, and then we're going to call it, let's call it frequent food. So frequent food, then we'll add a comma, and then we're going to bring in the frequent food schema. And we're going to say export frequent food. So let's add the TypeScript. To do that, we need to create that file. Okay, we have typecheck already here. So what we'll just do is I'm just going to create, let's say, frequent food. Let's call it frequent food types .ts. And then here we're just going to say export. So inside here I'm just say export interface, and then let's call it frequent food params. And then we have the name will be string, and then we have image URL. So the image URL is an array. It's an array of string. Then we can save this and then come back here and import it. So we're going to call it, we call it frequent food params. And the error is gone. So you see we imported it. So we can continue. So I think it's okay here, we're good to go. So we save this, and then from there let's move this database. We'll remove this as well. Let's remove this as well. So after this, we need this. No, let's remove this and let's remove this. So after this, the next one we need to create is the controller. So we're going to the controller, and then let's create the file. So we're going to say frequent food controller.ts. So inside here we're going to import. We're going to import request and response from Express. So we're going to have request and then response. Then we can now say export const. Let's say create frequent food. So create frequent food, and then we'll use async method, and then inside the request will be of type request, while the response will be of type response. So here we can now get the request. So inside here we're going to use the category params, and then it will be request.body, and then we can pass the category, can import the category, the frequent food params here, and inside here we have the name. So we get the name from here. Then since the image is a file, so we have to fetch it this way. So we're going to say file is equal to request.files. So the files, and then we are going to cast it. So it's going to be express. So express.malta.file. So that's what we're supposed to do here. So we're going to get path. So to get the path will be, since I'm using a Windows computer, so I have to pass the IP address. So if you are using Mac computer, you don't need to pass the IP address. You just simply pass localhost. So I'm just going to show you now. So because I'm using Windows, I need to pass the IP address. So this is the IP address. This is the IP address that I need to pass. But for Mac computer, if you're using Mac computer, you just pass localhost there, and everything will work fine. So we need to pass the port, which is 8084, and then we want to save it inside assets folder. So if you are using Mac computer, you just replace this place. Just replace this with localhost. That's it. That's just the difference. So, and you can see constant image URL will be files.map. Then we'll use the map function, and then we're going to say file, then we'll say express.malta, and then .file. So express.malta.file, and then we're going to say path. So there's a path plus file.file name. So that's all we need to do there. So we'll get the image URL. So that's how we're going to get the image URL. So after all this, we can now come down, and then we'll come here and say const, let's say frequent foods. So we can save it. We're going to say new, and then let's import frequent food model. So we import it, and then this is what we use to save it. So we're going to say name, we get the name, and then we'll get the image URL. So you can see it's speaking to this image URL. So that's how we're going to. So to save it, we use a try catch. So we use the try catch block. So we're saying await. We're going to say await frequent foods dot save. And then let's console.log it so you can see what we saved. Frequent food. And then we're going to save the frequent food. We're going to console.log in. Then we want to write a return function, a response. We want to give a response. So the response will be of status. So response of status, and then we're going to call it 200 if it's successful. So if it's successful, we're going to say category keep coming to my mouth. So we're going to say frequent food created successfully. So the next thing we need to do is the catch. If there's an error, so it will be a catch, and catch will be, so I want to return the error, and we're going to say response status. So this will be status of, let's just 500.json, and then we want to use our object literal, the backtick, and then we're going to simply say failed to create frequent food. And then we'll pass the error into it. So we'll display the error, and I think we're good to go, and that's all we need to do. So we save this. So it's our controller. Let's create an index file. So we're going to say index.ts, and inside it we're going to say export all from. So we're going to say from our frequent food controller, and this is all we need to do here. We'll save this as well, and then we're done with this. Let's go and create the route. So the route will come here and say frequent food route.ts, and then let's just create the index. We'll be using the index.ts as well here. So inside the frequent food route, so we'll use the request and response type, and then inside here we're going to say const. So let's say const, let's call it router. It will be of express, so let's import express here as well. Express. So it'll be express. So it'll be express.router. then we can come here and say const. So we need to find a way to store we'll be storing our image using Malta. So we need to write the code for that. So we'll just come here and say image. Let's call it image storage. So image storage will be, let's import Malta. Malta has been imported, so we'll say malta.disk storage. Then we're going to get a destination. The destination will be function, and then send the function will have the request, and then we'll have the file, and then the callback function. So we'll have the callback function, and then the callback will be none, and then we want to save it inside assets. So let me show you the asset we're talking about. So this is what we've been talking about, this asset. So that's why we want to save all our images. So that's what we are doing here. So after that, we'll come here and say file name. So the file name will be a function. Okay, let me just copy this as well. So it will be function null, and here we're going to get the request.body, request.body.name. So we'll get the request.body.name that will be passed through our controller. So, and then so let's just use this to separate them, like we're concatenating it. So we'll get date.now. So I want to add a date to it, date.now, then pause. Let's call it part dot. Okay, we have not imported part. So let's import part. Part has been imported. So we're going to say part.x. Good. And then we'll get the file.original name. So I think we're good to go. So this is what we're doing. So now we can come out of this place and say, so let's say constant images. So images, we're going to say Malta. So Malta, then storage. Storage will be, so we're going to get the image storage that we declared earlier, and then we're going to be using the array method. So we're going to say dot array, and then we're going to call it image URL. So image URL, we're good to go. So the next thing we do is we would say router.post, because it's a post request. So we say router.post, and then we will say, let's call it create frequent food. So I'm using this, I would have shortened them, but I want everybody to understand what's going on. So that's why I'm writing those names in full, so you understand what we are doing part time, what we're really doing part time. So we import the images in here, and then we'll get the create frequent food from our controller index. So we call it create frequent food. Good, and you can see it's already populating it. So that's it. That's imported it from our index, our controller index. I think that's all we need to do right now. So we need to export. So we need to say export router. So as, let's call it frequent food route. So we can export everything at once. So we'll now come to displays as well and say export all. So frequent food route. Okay, all from. We didn't add the from. Good. So we save this as well. And then the last thing we need to do is go to our express.ts, and import. So inside here, we'll just come here and say app.use. So I'll say app.use, and then let's call it frequent. Let's just say frequent, and then we are going to import the frequent food route. So that's what we'll import here, and that's all we need to do. So we'll save this. So the next thing, we're going to be using Postman to save this food, to create it and save it into our database. So I'll just go into the Postman now. So I need to open my Postman. You can also download Postman. You can also install it. So I'm just going to update this, so because this is almost the same. So we're going to say inside, we called our own frequent. So frequent, and then we say create. We said create frequent food. So let me take you back to it so that I won't make any mistake, because if you make any mistake here, it don't work. So this is what we're talking about. So I'm just going to copy this frequent, paste it here, then so we call it create frequent food. So we'll go back to the Postman and paste it here too, and that's all we need to do. So the next thing we need to do is to change this. This is going to be using body, so, and it's a form data. So it's a form data. Okay, let me just copy this URL and then we'll use it somewhere else. So I'm going to come here, let me create a new one. I'm going to post this, and it's a paste it, and it's a post request. So inside this place we'll say we choose form data because we are passing an image, so we use form data. So we come here, the first one is name, and then the name, let's call the first one, let's call it pizza, and then we have image URL. So let's get it. The image URL is going to be file. So let's select a file. So let's go look for pizza. This is burger. Do we have pizza here? Yes. So let's select. Okay, so this is where, yes. So we can get pizza here. So this is a pizza. So if everything worked fine now and I save, it should bring frequent food created successfully. So we're just going to try it now. So it's delaying. So something is actually wrong. Okay, seeing timeout. Could be network issue. It's referring to connection issue. So let's go back to MongoDB. This is our cluster, and it seems okay. Let me check. We can go to clusters here. Probably let me just open it here directly. So the cluster is connected. It seems connected. Something must have gone wrong with our code. So let's analyze that. We have the cluster. Let's view collection. But obviously there's nothing inside. Yeah, collection is empty. So we'll go back. Let's go back to the code. Everything in here seems to be fine. Yes, everything is fine here. Let's check our database. Database 2 is there's no problem here. So let's go to this. And this is already showing there's a problem here. Wow, we did not call it. See, that is already showing await has no effect because we did not call this. We're supposed to put this, and you see, imagine it. So that should solve it. So let's save this. I'm waiting for it to save. You can see. So let's go back and check. Let's go back to our postman now. Let's try it again. So let's try to add it again. Cool, you can see, and it has solved the problem. So frequent food created successfully. So if we go to our postman and if we go to our MongoDB, we should have it there. So let's refresh our cluster. Let's refresh the cluster. We should have it there now. Cool, and you see it's there. So that's been the error, the mistake over since. So you can see it here already. So we have frequent food, and then you can see pizza is there, and then we have our image URL is also here. So everything is working fine. So without wasting time, I will just go ahead. Since you see how it is done, I will just go ahead and populate for the rest frequent food, so we won't waste time. So you also have access to the asset. I'll leave the link in the description box. So we'll do one more. Let me just let's take burger. So let's save burger now. Burger created successfully. Let's check it up. So it should be okay. If we refresh from here, it should be we have two items, right? Good. So it's been saved, so everything is working fine. So I've added like 8 more into the frequent food, so I'm just going to show you that. So you can see we have 10 inside here now, inside our frequent food, the database. So in the MongoDB database, so you will have 10 already, and everything is fine. We have veg meal, we have momos, a lot of them. So the next thing we are going to quickly do is to write the code to fetch them from our backend, from our MongoDB database, and display it in our front end, in our React Native front end. So to do that, we're going to quickly write some code to get. So we're going to be using the get request. So we'll go to our controller, our frequent food controller. Inside the frequent food controller, we close this so it can be visible enough. So I'm going to say export const, let's say get frequent food, and it's an async. So we'll pass an async method to it, and then so we have the request will be equal to request, and then response will be equal to response. So inside here we're going to use our try catch block, and then so it's failed to fetch frequent food. So and inside here for the try, I'm going to say const let's get result. We want to get result and feedback, and then it to be equal to, so we use the await, and then we go to frequent food, and then we use dot find by id. So it will be request, the request dot params, and then dot id. Then we're going to get a response, and then it will be a status. So status 200 if it's successful. So JSON, and then we'll return the result. And this will be for a single, if we want to fetch single, but we'll also do for all. So, and then in this case we're going to be getting all the frequent food. We want to display them. So I'm just going to copy this. So I'm going to say get all frequent food, and inside here, instead of find by id, we'll just use the find method, and then we'll not pass anything here. So the first one is just to get a single one, whereas this is to get all, and then you can still limit it. So I'll just say limit to 30, but it's up to you. So and then I'll come here. So everything is fine, and here it will be an object because we're returning more than one. So we'll return result. Yes, and then fail to fetch frequent food. So let's just leave it the same. And I think that's all we need to do here. So that's all we need to do here. We don't need to rewrite it. So it will export it from our index.txt for the controller. So this will be the same. Then you can come to the root. For the route, we'll just come here and say, so we're going to use the get function here. So and then we'll need images here. So we'll take this out, and then let's call this get frequent food, or let me say get all frequent food. Then let's import get, called it get all frequent food. Yes, so from our controller, and you can see the beauty. So if you come here, you can see it's importing them horizontally instead of importing them vertically, one after the other, and it's so that we can save space. So it will just import everything horizontally. So we'll come here and say get all food, and I think that's all we need to do here. Then we copy this. Oh, and then it's a get request, not a post request. It's a get request. So we're going to change this to get, and then we'll come here and then get single, and then it's also a get request, and this will be get frequent food. So it has imported it as well. So I think that's all we need to do here too. And then inside the single one, we need to pass the ID. So we need to pass the parameter. So and that's all we need to do here. And basically this will cover it to cover this, and then you don't have to do anything again. That's super awesome, isn't it? So that's just the idea. So it has exported and imported where necessary automatically. So it will export it from the index, and then it will cover for this. This will do. That's just it. So we don't have to write many for each of it. So just save this, and then now we can get it from our front end. So we'll go back to the front end now and fetch this. So without wasting time, let's go back to our to the front end. So which is this place. So we can come back to our frequent food section, and inside the frequent food section we have the frequent food. So let's go there. We have the frequent food, and then I need to create another folder. So in here I'm going to create hooks. So let's create hooks folder. Oh, the hooks already exists. Okay, we've created that. So inside hooks I'm going to create another folder. So let's call it home hooks. And inside home hooks I'll create a file. Let's call it let's say fetch. Let's call it fetch frequent food.tsx. So inside here I'll come. So what I'll do here is I just come here and say const. It's a const URL. Then we can come here and say export const fetch frequent food. Let's import useState from React. Inside this useState, let's call it food and set food. So inside this, we'll also create what the params. We'll create the param. So we'll just go into our types check here. So we've not created that. So let's create the file for types for the types for types check for the front end types check. So inside the types check here, we're going to let's create the home props. Let's call it home props.tsx. So what we'll do is I'll just come here and say export interface. Let's call it frequent food params. And this will have an ID. The ID will be string. This will have a name. The name will be string. It'll have image URL, which is an array of string. Then it will pass the onPress function onto that too. It will be optional. And it'll be void. So that's it. After that, we need to provide another type to fetch the result. So I'm going to say fetch frequent food, and then we're going to pass data, and then we call the result. Remember, we called it result, and it will be equal to the array of frequent food params. So we'll save this. Once we save this, we can come back to our hook. And pass the TypeScript to it. So here we're going to pass. So here we're going to get frequent food params, and it will be an array, and then we'll pass initial will be an empty array. So we're going to go and then we'll come here and say const. Let's say const fetch food. It will be an async. We'll use an async method, and then we're going to say const. Let's call it food route. So the food route will be a string, and the string will be, we called it the path, then we called it frequent, and then we called it, I think, get all frequent food. Let me check again so that I won't make any mistake. So in our food route, yes, we called it get all frequent food. So I'll just copy this and bring it here. So we use our try catch block. So the try catch block, we use catch. And then inside this was a console.log. Let's say you couldn't. So we'll come to our try. So here we're going to say const response. So response, let's make it of the type we declared, fetch frequent food. Then we're going to say await Axios. So let's import Axios. We need to import it manually. Okay, we have a naming issue. So let's change this to fetch all frequent food. Then we need to import Axios manually. So we're going to say axios.get is a get request. So we're going to say axios.get. So we'll pass the URL and then plus the frequent the food routes. So we'll pass the two and then we'll come here and say const. So inside that we have the result. We have the result inside. So the response.data. You can see because we typed it to this fetch frequent food, and then inside here we have all the results. And the two must match. It must match with the name, the variable we called it from the back end. So if you remember, we use result. So if we do response, if response is true and result, if they are put true, then we're going to set food to what result, and then we're good to go. So let's just say console.log food, console.log food, yes, or let's say console.log results. So we can come here and then import use effect from React, and then we say, so we're going to say fetch food, yes, and then we can also use okay, here we're supposed to pass the dependency so that it won't keep looping. So we'll pass the dependency array. We can also use focus effect. Use focus effect to help us update the state of the app so that when it changes, it will always reload and then update it. So we can use focus effect from at React navigation, and then we'll use it with the use callback from React. So use callback. So it helps we memorize it. So for now, just leave it empty. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to come here and return, so we can have access to what the food. So we're going to say return here, and that's all. So now we can go to our frequent food card. So inside the frequent food now we can come here, and first of all we will import, we say const call it fetch. Okay, we did not export it, so we need to export it. So we need to come back here, fetch. Did we export? Yes, we exported it. Fetch all frequent food. Yes, that's what we called it. So we say fetch all frequent food. That's it. It's already fetch all frequent food, and inside it we have what food. So we'll fetch it this way. So the next thing we can do here too is, so we'll come down here in our flat list. We're going to pass the food. So we're going to pass food. So it's no longer throwing an error. It's no longer throwing error. So we'll pass the food. Then let's quickly create the food card. So let's find the food card. Where's the food card? Yeah, so we'll use this food card. And inside the food card, we're going to simply return. And then let's remove this. So inside here, we're going to use touchable opacity from React Native. So, and inside here we're going to pass the styles. So we're going to be using, we're going to be saying we can pass style, and then we have the style from our card style which has been imported, and inside it we have category content container. So that's what we'll pass there. So let me just bring this down so you can see everything. Then we need to get the key. The key will be, so we'll get the key shortly. We have not declared that. Then we have the on press and the on press too. All of them will get them shortly. So let's just go ahead and create it. So we need to create the params for this. We need to create the params. So let's go and create the params. The types, check for it. The types params. So we can simply go to our home props. Inside our home props, we'll come down here and then we'll say export. Let's say export interface. Let's call it food card params. Food card params. And then we're going to have, let's say, card props. And that card props will be equal to our, let's call it food props. And food props will be equal to our food card, no food, we call it, let's see, what did I call it? Frequent food params. So it will be equal to our frequent food params. And then we can have a food style props. So the food style props will have the width. It will be optional. It will be number. Then we have height. It will also be of number. And then we have radius. Radius will be of number. Then we have resize mode. So we have resize mode. For resize mode will be so we're going to use contain or so this is just the three I'm likely going to be using in this project, so you can declare as much as you want depending on your need, but I won't be needing more than any of these three. So I think we're good to go. So we can come back to our food card, and inside the food card, so let's call it here. So import, we're going to import food card params. So let's import food card params. Yeah. So and inside it we have the food props, and then we have the food style props. So inside here, for our key, we're going to get it from the food props .id, and then for the onPress function, so we're also going to get it's inside our food props .onPress. So we're going to go there, and then so inside our touchable opacity, we're going to say to get the food props. So we're going to get the food props, and then we want to check if the image URL is not equal to undefined. So if it's not equal to undefined, so we want to make sure that it has images present. So we're going to use view, and inside the view, I'm going to style it. I'm going to give it, so we're going to call the card style dot image container. So we have the image container there, and then we have, let's import image component from React Native. So inside the image component, we would have the source. So we'll have the source. The source will be of URI. So URI, we're going to go inside the food props. So inside the food props we have, so ensure it's not, so we have the image, and remember it's an array, so we want to go into the array and fetch the first image on the list, so that's 0. So that's what we need to do here. And then we need to style the image itself. So, and we're going to be providing a dynamic style, so we can change it. So we're going to pass style. So let me quickly declare that. So let me quickly come down here and do that. So I'm going to say const style. So it will be width. So let's get a width, and it's optional, so it will be of number. And then what I'd rather do is, yes. So we'll get the width, which is number. We'll get the height. It's also optional, and it's a type number, and radius. So they're all optional, and inside here I'm going to get, so let me say image. I'm going to call it image style props. So I'm going to get a width, since it's the same name. I'll get a height, and then I can come here and say border radius. So border radius will be equal to what radius. So we save these and then go back to, come back to our style here. So inside the style, so we're calling that style, so we're going to call it class style. So we're going to call it food style props. Yes, we use food style props or width. So we get the width. Then we have the food style props dot height. Then we have the food style props dot radius. Then we're going to link it up to the image style. The image style props we created down here. So that's it. And then after that we'll get the resize mode. So resize mode will be equal to food style props. Then we get the resize mode. So I think we're good to go from here. So after which we'll just come outside of this and render text. And inside the text we want to render the name of the food, so we're going to say food props dot name. And then I want to give it number of lines. Let's make it 2, and let's add style to that. So style will be this card style dot card name. So I think we're good to go. So if we go back, let's go to our style sheet, so that I can show you the styles therein. So we have the card style here. So if you see, we have the card style, we have the category container. So we are using the category card container for this category content container. I don't know why I keep using category. They are synonymous, so it's just food content container. So we have align items, center, padding 5, margin 3. So, and then after that we have another style we use is okay, for the card, the image container. So if we come here, you see the image container, we just give it border radius 20, padding 3, then you see the card name. So that's what we did in here. So I think we're good to go. That's all. That's all the style we used here. So we can now call the food card in our in our frequent food component. So it's already asking for the props. So to do that, we're going to say, so let's get the food props. So the food props, we would get the ID. We'll get the ones that are important. It's not everything we want to populate. So here also we have not provided the item prop so that we can display it. So we're going to write, we need to do that also. We need to get the props for the flat list render item. If not, it will throw an error. So I'm just quickly going to write that as well. So we'll go back to our home props. Instead of our home props, there's no big deal about that. So we're just going to come here and see export interface. Let's call it render food item params. Then we're going to get the item property and pass the food card params to it. No, not food card params, frequent food params. That's what we'll pass to it. Is the frequent food params. Yes, this is what we'll pass into it. So if we save these, we can now come back here. So in here now we can import render food item params, and then we can get the item, because without the item that flat list will not work. That flat list render item for flat list won't work, and you have to use that item. If you change it to another word, it won't work. It also won't work. So be conscious of that. Just bringing it to your attention. So we can now get item.id, and then we can also get the name. So item.name, and then we have image URL. So the image URL will be item.image URL. So I think that's all we need here. Then the next one is the food style props. So inside the food style props, so we can now add our width and then height dynamically. So I'm going to say width. So I'll just use 55. Let's use height. Okay. So for width, let me just use 60. Let's see how it goes with 60. And then for height, I'll use 60 as well. And then for the radius, we're going to use 99. And then the resize mode. So resize mode would use contain. So you can see it's bringing the options. I declared only 3, so that's why it's bringing it. So we'll use, and you see everything seems to be working fine. Gradually we are fixing everything up. So we can now come. Okay, I think another thing we need to do is we've brought our frequent food here, and then let's go to our home so that you can see everything in real time. So okay, our section list. Inside our section list, okay, let's just follow through one after the other, step by step. So from our frequent food, everything seems okay. So we can come to our flat list here. Okay, and we've rendered that. So everything is fine. We'll come to the rest. So, and then we'll come back to it so that you can see how everything works in real time. So let's go to the section list for now. Let's go to the section list content. So inside here, so you can see where we're passing it from. So we've passed the frequent food section, which is this, and that's where we'll pass our frequent food. So let's go to our home screen. So let's go to our home screen and import that. So we're supposed to import it here. So to import it here, we're just going to say, let's import section list content. Section list content, yes. And then this is all we need to do. And if we save it, so we'll come back to our section list and save it as well. Cool, and you can see it has fetched the data. This is beautiful, isn't it? See, it has fetched it from the back end. This is cool. So remember we did console.log. So I'm just going to show you. You can see. So that's fetched all the data from the backend, and it's showing our terminal already. So I'm just going to enlarge this. This is beautiful. We have everything showing up, and it's showing up beautifully. So let's adjust it so that it can look more beautiful. So we'll go back to our frequent food. We'll put it back to our food card, our frequent food. Yes, we'll come back here. So we're going to pass some props to the flat list to make it more beautiful. So in here, another thing we can do is we're going to do num columns, and then it will be, so we use mat function. So we'll say mat.ceil, and then let's get the food. We'll get the food, get the length. So the length, and then we'll divide it by 2 so that it will make it horizontal. So we're going to say length and then divide by 2. So if we save this, okay, it seems we have an error. There's something else we need to pass. So we need to pass the key, because it won't accept this. We shouldn't make changes to this on the go. So we need to pass the key, and the key will pass. Let's just copy this same thing here and pass it into the key, and everything will be fine. So we'll just copy this as well and place it here, and then if we save it now, the error should go away. Cool, beautiful. And you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And it's horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful. So we're doing very well, very fine. Everything is looking and appearing beautifully well. So what we can also add here is paging, because we're already paging enabled, so that you won't get a visualized list error. So we're going to make it false, because the scroll view is already, the paging is already enabled by default for the scroll view, so it won't accept it with time. It could throw an error, so we have to disable the paging for the flat list. So we can also add the key extractor. So key extractor will be, let's just say item, and then will be item the ID. So I prefer to use the ID, and then we'll make it to string. I prefer to use the ID from our app. So we save this, and everything is fine without any error. So we can come to the card. So this one too is also working. The hook is working perfectly well. So we can remove the console. So we can close this for now. Let's close this. And then we come here. So let's see if we make this a little bigger. Cool. So we scroll. So you can add as many frequent food as you desire. So it's just for tutorial purpose, so we're not going to be adding more than this. And you can see from our section list, we declare 2 sections. So let me make them. So you can see we have the frequent food section, which that's where we display these, and then we have the restaurant section, and that's why it's showing it. You can see, so we have the restaurant section, so that's what we're going to work with next. So by the time we populate the restaurant section component, then we can now come back and do our animation, so that everything will make sense in real time. So before we leave this the frequent food section, we'll quickly create a line breaker text. We want to display some text around it, above and below. So quickly, let's go into our component folder. So inside the component folder, I'm just going to let's create line breaker text. So it's inside the component root directory. So tsrnf. So I'll just create line breaker text, line breaker, params. So we're going to use, and then we're going to say text equal to, so it's going to be a type of string. So it'll be a type of string, and then we can now come here. Get line breaker params, and then we'll get text. So inside the view here, I'm going to take style. So style will be line breaker style dot line breaker container. So it has imported it from our card style. So you see we have the line breaker container. So this is what we're passing into it. We're passing align items, justify content gap, width, overflow, hidden, margin top, and margin bottom. So that's what we're passing there. And then we'll have the line X, that's the horizontal. So we'll come here. I'm going to render another view from React Native. And it will be, let's add a style. So the style here will be line breaker style dot. We have the line breaker line X. And I'm going to make it a self-closing tag. Remove this. And then inside here, you can display text. We import text from React Native, and then we'll add our text here. So the text will come inside here, and then let's add a style. Add style to the text, and then the style will be line breaker text. Line breaker text. Then after that, we want to pass this view again. I'll bring it in here, and that's all we need to do here. So let me quickly show you the styles there. So we have the line X, and then we have the text. So we give it font size, font weight, padding horizontal, background color, and opacity of 0.5. So we will now go into our frequent food section and unwrap the line breaker up in it. So we import the line breaker here. So line breaker text, and then we'll use the self-closing tag, and then get the text. So you can put whatever you wish here. So I'm going to just put a random message here, serving the best always. And then we'll come down here too. Then pass the text, and I'm going to say explore restaurant. So we save it. You can see beautiful. So you can see what's up. So we have the saving the best always, and then we have explore restaurant. So we're good to go. I think we can go to the restaurant section now. So we'll go to the restaurant section now. So we can close this. I don't think we'll be coming back to this. We can close this as well. So we have our restaurant section here. So we'll come inside here now. Here we'll display text. So I'm just going to delete this. Inside the text, let's just display something static. So I'll say restaurant 300 restaurant delivering to you. Then I'm going to style it. Let's give it a style of so we're going to call it, we have the restaurant. So we have the restaurant style, and then inside the restaurant style we have restaurant address. Does it? So let me bring this down so you can see it. So if I save that, cool, you can see. Then the next one I'm going to display is I'm going to take, so I'm just going to copy this again and duplicate it here. I'm going to say featured. And I'll save it. Cool. See, everything is appearing beautifully. So if we go to, so I imported the styles from a restaurant component. That's from a card styles. So if I come here, let's bring card styles. So you can see we have the restaurant. We have the restaurant style, and then we just pass the word restaurant address, font size 12. This is it. And that was what produced this result. So we can continue. I'll come back to our restaurant section. So inside the restaurant section, after the text, we want to display a flat list. So we import flat list from React Native. So we'll get the data. Data will be assigned shortly. So we have the render item, and then we're going to make it equal to render restaurant. So for the key extractor, this is what we'll use, and then so shows vertical scroll indicator will be false. Then we can come here. And let's say const render food. What did we call it? Render restaurant. Render restaurant. So we'll pass. Let's get our restaurant params here. Let's quickly write it up here. Oh, we could go to our types, check our TypeScript folder. So we'll come down here, look at our TypeScript folder. Let's create types params, type params.tsx. You can give it any name you want. So quickly, I'm just going to do export interface restaurant params. So inside this, we will need the ID. The ID will be string. We will need name of the restaurant will be string. We will need a description. The description will be string as well. Then we'll need image URL. It will be string. We need food type. Then food type will be string. We'll need the time. Time will be string. We'll need service charge. Service charge will be number. Then we need rating. Rating will be number. We need rating count. Rating count will also be number. Then we need coordinates. And then let's get the coordinate params. So let's bring it down and say export interface coordinate params. So the coordinate params will have the latitude, which is number. We have the longitude, and it's also number. And then we'll have address. Address will be string. So we can come here, make this coordinate equal to chords params. Then we also need to get export interface render restaurant params. So we'll get the item just similar to the way we did for frequent food, and then it will be equal to restaurant params. And then we'll save this, we'll come back here, and then we'll now import render restaurant params. So we'll pass item. And then inside this place we will import the restaurant card. So let's create the restaurant card. So from our component, let's create the restaurant card. tsrnf. So we can import the restaurant card here. And inside our restaurant card, okay, let me just minimize this for now. So inside our restaurant card, we'll come here and quickly get, let's say, export interface restaurant params. Let's call it restaurant props. Let's call it restaurant item props. And then we're going to have item. And inside that, we'll just go back to copy all this. So we need to import this from our types params. Our type params. Yes, this is it. So inside here we'll render that. So we'll say we'll call it restaurant item param props. And so we can bring the item here. So we'll come back to our restaurant section and call the item to item. So item will be equal to what the item over here. So the two merges will merge, and then we can continue from here. So let's quickly design the restaurant card. So inside here I'm going to be using pressable. I will import pressable from React Native, and then inside this I will come back to this. So get view from React Native, and then we have image from React Native as well, image components from React Native, and then we're gonna make it self closing tag. Inside there we'll get the source, and the source will be of URI, and then it will be item. We'll pass the optional chain into it, so if it's not defined it will not run error. So we have style, and style will be equal to restaurant card. So restaurant card style dot image. So it has imported that. And if you see you have what restaurant style from card style, let's close this. So this is what we're talking about, restaurant card style, and then we have the image. So we are giving it with 100%, and then the height is of screen height. So screen height is from our constant. I'll show you. So we have resize mode cover, border left radius, and border right radius. So we put our screen height from our constant. So this is the screen height dimension of get screen dot height. Then we have the screen width here too as well. So that's what's happening. Then for our view here, I'm actually supposed to wrap this up in another view. So we have view, and then let's put all this inside there. So this view will give a style. Let's give a style of restaurant card style dot card container. So we'll come out of the wrapper for the image, and then here we're going to say view. We get view from React Native, and then let's add style to it. So we're going to say restaurant card style dot details. So it's like the container there. Then I'm just going to call this dot text container. So inside the text container, we want to get the name and height, name and time container. So we're going to say style. Name time container. And then text. This will be item.name. This will have style. So the style will be dot restaurant name. So restaurant name. So we have number of lines. Let's give it number of lines of 1. And this is name. Then after that, we'll get the text for time. So we'll do text. So I think we're good to go. So we'll leave it right here. I think the next thing we need to do is we'll continue add. Okay. Another thing we need to do here is to add the star rating. So we need to create a component. So let's call it star rating dot tsx tsrnf, and then we'll bring it in here. It's called. So we save this, we come to our star rating. Inside our star rating, okay, let's just leave it here for now. We'll come back to it. So quickly, let's go and create the restaurant in our backend database, and so we can fetch it. So it's become faster now because most of the things we would need we've already done when we were during the frequent food. So it becomes faster there. So we'll just go to the back end immediately, and let's get these things up. So inside my model, I'll just go ahead and create. Let's create restaurant model. So I'll say restaurant model.ts. And since it's similar to that of frequent food, we will not be wasting time to redo duplicate effort again. So I'm just going to paste it and explain accordingly. So if you look at it, it's just the same thing we've been doing. So I've declared the restaurant schema. The restaurant schema, the restaurant has name and its type of string, and it's required true. It has description, and it has the image URL, which is an array. So of string. So and it's required. It has food type. It has time. It has a number. It has rating, and rating is type of number. It has rating count. It has service charge. It has coordinates. So you can see this how we represent the coordinates. So we have the latitude, and then it's type number, longitude, type number, and address type string. So after the whole thing, we'll have what our JSON. And then you have the restaurant. And we call it restaurant schema. So we'll call the restaurant schema, and then we'll call it restaurant. So we need to create the restaurant props. Set our types check. Let's create restaurant types. So restaurant types.ts, and then I'm going to say export interface. So instead of our restaurant types, what we're just going to do is, so let's use this. So we can say restaurant props. So we can just interchange and inside here, our URL is an array. So we can come back to our restaurant model and call this. So let's say props. Cool. It has imported it, and we no longer have any error there. So we can continue. So the next place we'll go is to create the route, the controller. So we're going to say restaurant controller. So inside restaurant controllers, I'll just go ahead and copy from our frequent food controllers. I'll copy everything and make adjustment to it accordingly. So it's just the same process. So I'll paste it here. Let's close this. So for the restaurant, so we're going to say create restaurant. So we're going to say create restaurant, and then inside here we'll get the restaurant params. And inside we'll get the description, we'll get the food type, we'll get time, we'll get service charge, we'll get rating, we'll get rating count, then we'll get the coordinates. So another thing we can do is bring everything down like this. So we're getting everything from this, and then we can come here and then return our file. So we'll return the file, we'll leave it the same way it is, we'll leave these two the same way it is. We're going to saving them inside the asset folder. Then we'll get the image URL. So we'll leave these two, this remain. So let's say restaurant here. So in here, instead of frequent food, we'll get restaurant. And then in here we have the image URL. So we have the description. There's the description. We have food type. We have time. We have rating. We have rating count. We have coordinates. So after this, we'll come to our try catch blog and then we'll save the restaurant. Save restaurant, and then we'll say so let's consider log the restaurant. Restaurant created successfully. Failed to create restaurant. So for now we're not going to be using this, so if we need it we'll come back to it later. So we'll do get all restaurant. Get all restaurant, and then it's going to be, so we're going to use what restaurant here. So we're going to say restaurant.find. So I think this is fast enough. We're good to go. Failed to fetch restaurant. We can save everything. So we need to go into our index, the controller index. So let me just go to my folders here, and inside my controller, get the index. So we're going to say export all from restaurant controller. So the next one is we'll go into our route. So from our route, let's go to route here and create restaurant route. So it's a restaurant route.ts. Then we'll come here and paste. So we'll just make an adjustment to it accordingly. And here we'll not be using written. Maybe needing express here. And then, so we'll get our image. Everything is fine here. So we'll still retain this. We'll retain this as well. Then we'll retain this as well. We'll retain images, and then we're going to say create restaurant here. Create restaurant. So we'll say create restaurant. It has been imported. Then we'll get all restaurant. So let's just call it get restaurant. So we'll be needing this for now, so let's just remove it. And then we're going to export everything as restaurant route. So we're going to export it as restaurant route. And I think we're good to go. So we're going to the index for the route. So this is it, and we're going to say export all from restaurant route. I think the last thing we need to do is to go to our express. So we're going to our express. Inside our express, we'll come here. And then we're going to say app.use. Let's call it restaurant. And then we'll import the restaurant route. Cool, everything is working fine. So we can save this. After saving this, then we can go over to create the restaurant. So we'll use our postman to create a restaurant. So I think I have restaurant created somewhere here. So let's just locate that and make it faster. Yeah, so we have restaurant created here already. So I'm just going to change this to port 84. That's what we are using currently, 8084. Every other thing remains the same. We have a restaurant. Okay, let's make this rating. Let's make it 9. And then we have rating count 300. Service charge is 50. Let's make it 5. They're just random data, so you can choose whatever you want. The one I want to show you majorly is the coordinates. So you can see we have latitude, we have a longitude, and then we have the address. You can see the way it was written here. So you can see we have coordinates. I pick coordinates, and inside coordinates, so I'm asking it to fetch coordinates, to go into the coordinate object and get what latitude from that array, from that object. So you're getting what latitude. So here you are referring to longitude, and here you are referring to what, to address. So that's what we're doing. So I'm also going to change the name of this to Pizza Hut. Let's say pizza. So you can use any name you like. So I'm going to say Pizza Hub, and then here I'm going to get an image that relates to pizza. So we'll come here, and we have pizza here. So I'm going to use this. I think we're good to go. So if everything works out fine, we should be able to post this. So I'll just press send. Cool, restaurant created successfully. So if we go into our database, if you come here, you can see it has been created. Its console.log is working. You can see Pizza Hut, and everything is working here. So we can also go to our database. So earlier on we have only frequent food, so we should have restaurant there too now. So you can see we have restaurant. So that means it's working fine. If I go into restaurant now, it will load the data, and you can see we have everything inside here. Everything is working out well. So you can see, the type. The food type is supposed to be pizza, so let me just change that here manually to be pizza. So as usual, I'll just create the other restaurant and then get back to you. So I believe you get how it works and the process. So I'll just create the remaining ones, and then we'll get back to you. So I've created some restaurants. I've created 5 restaurants now. So we have a Pizza Hut, and then you can see the coordinates too. Everything is appearing correctly. Latitude, longitude, address. And then you can see we've changed the rating to 4. Then you can see we have Louis Burger, we have Chicken Republic, we have Rasoi Shawarma, and then we have Bap of fries. So you can see, and they have different ratings. So we have rate 3 here. Here is 1, here is 2. So you see what we use them for. So we want the rating color to change depending on the number of rating of the star rating. So we can go back to, let's go back to our, so I think we're done with the back end, and then we've done the fetch. So let's go back to the front end, our React Native, to fetch this restaurant and display them on our screen. So to do that, we're going to come to so we need to create the hook first. Yes, we need to create the hook, and from the hook we can now display the restaurant. So we need to create the hook that will fetch the restaurant item. So let's go to our hook folder. So inside our hook here, so we are still inside the home. So let's fetch it. Let's add it to the home hook. So we're going to say fetch restaurant.tsx. So I think what we'll just do is let's copy the frequent food and then make adjustments to it. It's similar as well. So let's display it here. Now we can close this. So we'll be using, so the URL remains the same. So here we're going to see get restaurant, and here will be restaurant and set restaurant. So we're going to get our restaurant params. So restaurant params. So we'll use the restaurant params here, and then we'll come here. Let's say fetch restaurants, and then we're going to say restaurant. I think we use restaurant, yes, restaurant, and then we call this get restaurant. So let me check from the back end. So we're referring to this get restaurant. That's what we're referring to. So it's restaurant. So it's correct, restaurant. Then we use our try catch. So we need to quickly create the fetch restaurant params. So we'll go to our types check. So let's take our types param. And then we're going to create the fetch restaurant. So we'll say export interface. So fetch restaurant params. So let's call it fetch restaurant params. So that it could be, so it's a data, and then it's an object. So we get the results, and the result is equal to restaurant params. So it's an array of restaurant params. So we save these, and then we'll come to this place and get fetch restaurant params. So we can close this, and it's a get request. And then this will be equal to, no, it should be restaurant, let's call it restaurant routes. Restaurant routes. So here we'll get the result. It's equal to response.data, so it's referring to this response.data, and then it's referring to the result we set from our backend, from our controller, restaurant controller. You can see we set it to what result, and it's an object. So that's what's going on. So it's an object. So that's why we're using an object here too, and it's an array. The restaurant is an array, it's more than one. So we're going to set this to set restaurant. So you can see it's faster now. So we won't have to waste time. So if result, then we'll set restaurant. Then we'll console colon s, we do console colon fetch restaurant. And then here we're going to fetch restaurants. So we're going to fetch restaurants. So inside here we can also pass fetch restaurant. We'll call it, and then we'll return restaurant. Cool, everything is working out fine. So we can come to our restaurant section here, and inside this restaurant section now we'll call it. So let's call the hook here. So inside here we're going to say const. So we're going to say get restaurant. Did we call it get? No, it's get restaurant. What did we call it? Fetch restaurant. So we're going to say fetch restaurant. Yeah. So let's instantiate it, and then from there we can get the restaurant. Cool. So we have the restaurant. So we come and display the restaurant in our data here. And our flat list data will pass the restaurant. Cool. And then the next thing we need to part is our render restaurant. So inside our render restaurant, see where the error is coming from. We are supposed to use the return method. So it's not supposed to be parentheses. So we'll bring this inside it. So you see we no longer have an error. Everything is working fine. So if we save this, so it's throwing an error, it says internal error. So let's see, maybe we didn't save some of the things we did. Let's save our restaurant card as well. So let's check what the error is. Okay. So you can see it's working already. I think we didn't save some of the files, so that's why it's throwing an error. So you can see it's working already. So you can see we already have pizza, and then we already have Pizza Hut, and you can see showing star rating. We will still go and work on the star rating. So the image is not displaying, and you can see this beautiful card. And you can see this beautiful card. You can see it. So I think we'll go back to the card. Let's see what's going on, why it's not showing. So yeah, from our image, remember from the backend we are returning an array of image. So that's where the problem is coming from. So we didn't specify which one to display. So if we go back to the backend, from the backend, from our model, restaurant model, you will see that it's an array. The image is an array. See, it's an array. So we're supposed to, so we didn't specify. So we'll just come here and tell it to get the first image on the list. So I think that's what we need to do. If we save it now, cool, everything is showing beautifully. This is beautiful, isn't it? Look at this beautiful UI. Please, it motivates me a lot when you subscribe, when you like, when you share, and give me your feedback. I really appreciate it, please. So you can see this is beautiful. This is beautiful UI. So the next thing we'll do, let's quickly work on the rating. So we'll come to the star rating here. So let's work on that so that everything will render beautifully. So inside the star rating here, I'm going to create, let me just create an let me create an interface in here, since we'll only be using it inside this component alone. We won't need it except for this component. So we are saying, let's call it rating color params. So we're going to say rating, and then it's going to be number. So inside here, there's a rating color. Let's call it rating color. Rating color will be number. So I'll say if rating color is greater than or equal to 4. If it's greater than or equal to 4, then return. So we're going to return a color, and the color will be, so we'll say else if rating color, or I'll just copy this. Else if rating color, is greater than or equal to 3, then we'll display another color. Then I'm going to say else if, so I'm going to say else if is greater than or equal. You can see the reason why we had to change the ratings when we were creating the restaurant item and saving them in the database, so it can match with our conditions, this criteria. So we're going to say else if rating color is greater than or equal to 1, so here we'll now say else return. That means there's no rating for that. That means that restaurant has not been rated by anybody, so it will return that color. So we'll come inside. So we're actually supposed, so this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to say const. I think that's why we have that error. So it's supposed to be const star and rating color. I'm supposed to declare it outside here. So rating color. Yeah, so I'll bring this into here and then move all this as well. So if we save it, the error has gone. So I'll save it inside here. So we'll be inside the rating color. Then I can pass the types I declared earlier, that is rating color params, and then I'm going to get the rating, and then I'm going to say, I'll come here and say const background color. So I want to get the background color depending on the rating, on the restaurant rating. So I'm going to say rating color. So rating color, and then we're going to pass the rating. So depending on the rating we get, it will toggle what? It will change the background color. So the background color will depend on the number of rating the restaurant has. So we can come here, and then inside this view we're going to let's quickly pass an array of style into that. So we're going to say style. I'm going to pass an array of style, and I have a star rating style dot container. Yes. And inside I'm going to put a comma and then get background color. Background color will be BG color. And that's all we need to do. So I think we're good to go. So inside here, I'm going to give it a style, and then the style will be star rating dot rating, not dot rating. And then inside here, we're going to pass the rating. So I'll say, can break this down and bring this here as well. So I'll say rating. So rating or That means if there's no rating, if the restaurant has no rating count, so we just display this. That means there's no rating count, and then it will add that color for the return. It will use this color if there's no rating. If the rating is not equal to 1 or the restaurant has not been rated, so it will display this and use that color. So that's what it means here. So we'll come here, we want to pass iron icons to these as well. So we'll come here, and then inside here we want to get iron icons, and then give it a name. The name will be star. Then color, let's give it color white. Then size, we'll give it size, let's give it size 16. So we'll give a size of 16, and then so we can save these. I think that's all we need to do here. So we save this, and then we need to come to our rating here and pass the rating. So we're going to say rating. So rating will be item dot rating. Cool, and everything is working fine. So if we save it now, you can see beautiful, it has changed, and you can see the rating. This is beautiful. You can see the color changing. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And the bag of fries, you can see this is cool. So we can continue. The next thing we want to do now is we can now start the animation. So as we can scroll the screen now, we can now start with the animations and then the custom bar. So that's what we're going to be doing now. We'll go and work on the animations and the custom bar.
So before we start with the animation and custom bar, I quickly want to add a style to this restaurant screen so that everything can display well. So we'll go to our section list. So from the section list content, I'll come here and write and say content container style, and then we are going to import section style, and then we're going to pass section list container. So if I save that, you can see beautiful, you can see it now. So section list styles, this is it, and then with section container, this is it. So it's padding bottom 180. So everything is visible. I think we're done with that. We're good to go. So I'll save it. The next thing we need to do is we need to display a sticky header. So we'll display a sticky header using our section list. So to do that, we'll say render section header. So for render section header, so we get the section, and inside that it's a callback function, and then we're saying if section. I say if section dot title is not equal to restaurant. Remember, in our section data we declared that it's not equal to restaurant. If it's not equal to restaurant, then we will return none. That means there won't be header for that. The header will not be applicable to that section. So we'll now come here, else, then we'll return. So else will return, and then we're going to get animated from React Native reanimated. So let me I'll just import animated from React Native reanimated rather. So we'll come inside here, and then we'll get our animated.view. So inside the animated, we'll render the menu filter tab. So let's create that first. We're going to create it inside our component. So our home section list. So we're going to create it here. So I'm going to call it menu. Let's call it menu filter tab .tsx. So the tsrnf. So in here we'll quickly create the params for it. So let's go to our type params. So let's bring the type param,
and add the menu tab list to it. So let's create that. So we're going to have, let's say, export interface filter tab. Filter tab will have an ID. The ID will be string. Then it will have title. The title will be string as well. So we can come here and say export interface menu filter params. So menu filter params. So we have the filter. Let's call it the filter label. The filter label will be string, whereas the tab list will be equal to the filter tab. And it's going to be an array. So we're good to go. So we can now call it from our menu filter tab. So we're going to call it from here, and then we're going to call menu filter tab, menu filter params. So menu filter params, and then we'll get our filter label and then our tab list. So we're good to go. So inside here, okay, so I have created, okay, let's just continue from here, and then we will use scroll view instead. So scroll view from React Native, and then it will be the scroll view horizontal, which will be horizontal, and then shows horizontal scroll indicator will be false, and then we'll add container style to it, and then it will be from our section style dot we have the filter back container. So that's it. And then if we go to our section list style, you'll see we have filter bar container. So this is it. So we're giving padding horizontal 10, padding bottom 10, align items center. So that's what it's doing there. So we'll come back here, and inside here we're going to get touchable opacity from React Native. And inside the touchable opacity, you will pass style. So the style we'll get from our section style, and then it will be section dot filter. So let's call it filter content. Okay, without wasting time, let me just come to our, so that you can see things in real time. So I'll come here inside our section list header, and then we'll render the menu filter tab. So the menu filter tab, it will have filter label. The filter label will be sort, and then it will have the tab list. So the tab list will be filter tab list. I've created that in my data. You also have access to it in the start template. It will be in the status template, so you can check it. I have a filter tab list. So let me just bring it up here. So it contains the different tabs. So let's add a TypeScript to it so it can be viewable. So it will be filter tab. So it will be filter tab, and it's an array. So cool. So you can see we have nearest, we have different tab list there. So we go, so we can come back to our section list container and import filter tab list. That's it. So it's working. So once we start passing the parameters there, you'll start seeing it showing up in real time. So can continue. We'll come to, I'm going to close this so you can see the whole screen. So inside our touchable opacity, we will import view from React Native, and inside this view, so I will just come here and import vector icons. I will get the vector icons, and inside these vector icons, we're going to be using material community icons. So inside here, I'm going to bring material community icons from vector icon, expo vector icon. So we'll get the name. The name will be, so we have the name. The name will be tune vertical variant, then size is 15. Then let's get color. We'll get let's import color from our color. So colors dot black. Text. So from our text, so we'll get filter lab label. So we're going to display the filter label. So we save it. So nothing is displaying yet. I think we may have an error. So let's come here. Let's check. Everything is right here, and this is also correct. The section title is not restaurant. Yes, if it's not restaurant, return null. That means the header won't be applicable here. Else it will come here and return this at the restaurant section. So it's supposed to return this as the header for the restaurant section, which is before the restaurant displays. So let's go. Oh, see where the problem is. So the title here is still frequent food. It's supposed to be restaurant at this point. So it's supposed to be restaurant. That's what we're saying. If I save it now, you can see it's coming up. That's beautiful. So it's coming up already. So you can see we have the sort there. So everything is working fine now. So we can come back here. So we're good to go. We have, so this text, let's add style to it. So the style we add to it will be, it will be our section style. And then inside our section style, we're going to get filter label. So cool. So if we go there, you'll see. So we have filter bar container, and then we have filter content. Filter content, which we applied here. Filter content, this is it inside our touchable opacity. So the filter content is going to have like flex direction rule, align items, justify gaps, padding, then shadow offset, shadow opacity, elevation, and all that. So you shouldn't worry, I'll leave the style in the starter template so you can also make use of it. So we'll have a menu. So inside there we have what the filter label as well. So font size 12, font weight 500. That's what we just have inside the filter label. So I think we can continue. Then outside the view, so under this, after the text rather, we'll come after the text, and then we'll have, let's import ion icons from a vector icons. So we'll have ion icons, and inside the ion icons, we're just going to get the name. The name will be current down. Then we'll have size. We'll give it size. Size will be 15. And then let's give it color. Color will be colors dot. So let's get it black. So you can see that's beautiful. So that will be for the touchable opacity. So we can close that. Oh, so we need to transform that the tune vertical variant. So to do that, we're going to quickly add an inline style here, and I'm going to say transform. So transform has an array of objects, and then inside they will get rotate, and rotate will be a string, and it's 90 degree. So if we save that to change it code, so it has made it vertical. So we can come out of the touchable opacity, I'll close it, and then come to the next one. So after the touchable opacity, we want to render the tab list. So we'll map through it. So tab list, pass our optional chain into it so that it will not display an error if it's not defined. So we'll get the list. So we'll get the list, and then we'll get the list, and inside the list we get our touchable opacity from React Native. And then inside the touchable opacity, we'll pass some props. So we'll have our key will be list.id. So we'll use it. So we'll have style will be from our section style, and inside the section style we have the filter content. So we're still going to use the filter content that contains the flex direction of row. So you see the filter content. So inside our touchable opacity, we'll display the text. We will get text from React Native, and then text will be list dot title, and then we'll add style to it, and style will be section style dot filter label. So if we save this code, and you can see everything is showing, and it's horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we have the header section for our section list, and I think that should solve everything here. So we can save this. So if you see, so if we scroll, you can see, but we need to add the background to it at that point. So that's what we're quickly going to work on now. So to do that, we'll come up here. So we'll come here and say const. Let's say it's a restaurant. There's a restaurant section. We want to get if it's restaurant section, and set is restaurant section. So we'll say equal to use state. We import use state from React, and then we're going to make the initial state false. So the initial state is false. So we can come here, and then we can let's get const near end, and then set near end. So it will be use state, and then use state also will pass the initial state toward false. So we'll come here, and then we'll get the view. So we're going to use a viewability config, and then the view area coverage percent threshold. So we'll say const viewability config will be view area coverage. So we have view area coverage percentage threshold. So this view area coverage percentage threshold is simply saying at what point is the restaurant, we are going to be applying it to the restaurant section. Remember, we have the food from the section list data. We have two sections here. We declare two sections. We have the frequent food, and we have the restaurant section. So now that we are capturing the restaurant section for our header title, for our sticky header, so we want to get at which percentage do we consider the header section visible. That's what it's saying. The entire header section, at which percentage do we consider it visible? So we are saying it's at 80%. So once it's 80% viewable, it is considered visible. That's what it just means. That's all the English. That's just a summary of the whole thing. So we'll now come to this place and say const on viewable. Let's call it on viewable items changed. So it'll be, and then let's pass the type, and it will be okay. We'll pass. So let's say viewable items. We're going to use viewable items, and then we have a viewable item, and then the viewable item will pass the type from view token from React Native. We need to install that manually. So let me come to React Native and get view token. Yes. So let's get view token from React Native, and it will be an array. Okay, I think I know the reason why I didn't import it. So let me just take it back. So we're supposed to add the arrow function here. So this is it. We should import it automatically now. So if we have viewable token, you can see viewable token. You can see this viewable token from React Native. So we're going to say viewable token. So it's a viewable token. View token, you can see it's importing automatically now from React Native, and it's going to be an array. So let's call it viewable items, because and then here we're going to say const. So we're going to check is restaurant. So let's say it's restaurant section. So will be equal to, so we'll get a viewable items, and then we'll use the sum function. So we'll say item dot section, and then we'll get the title. So inside the title, where it is equal to what? Restaurant, and then we could just bring this down. So where it's equal to restaurant, and then we're going to say item dot is viewable. So we want to get where that is equal to the restaurant and item is viewable. Cut that as well. So we'll now come here and set. So we'll come here and set is restaurant section equal to what is restaurant section that we just created here. So that's the idea. And then we can now pass it to our code here. So we'll come to our animated view for here. We'll come for these, and then we'll get the style. Let me bring it down. And then we'll pass the style. So it's going to be an array. So we're going to say is restaurant section is true, or is near end is true. So we'll get, so at that point we'll get, if it's true, it will get what? The shadow bottom, or just is a background. It's actually a background. So we're saying if restaurant section is true or near end, if restaurant section or near end is true, we are now going to get what? We're going to apply a background style, a background color. So we'll get it from our section style, and then section style dot we have was sticky header background. So sticky header background, or it is null. If it's not true, it will return null, so there won't be background there. So that's all we need to do. If we save it, then we need to pass our config. So we need to pass the config. So we'll come here and say, we'll say on viewable item changed. So we'll pass on viewable item changed, and then viewability config, it will be equal to we wrote viewability config. Yes, we had viewability config. What did I call it? Let's check it. Viewability config. So I'm just going to copy this. Viewability config. So we're having an error there. So yeah, this is supposed to be a small letter, not to be view area, and then it will be view area coverage. Yes. So you can see the error is gone. And if we save it, everything is working fine. So yeah, everything is working fine now. And then if we scroll now, I'm just going to enlarge the screen, the app. So if we scroll now, cool, this is beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, and we have the white background. And when it's not viewable, if it's not viewable, it's null. It return null, and you can see it adds it when it gets to the top. When it becomes sticky, it will add the background color, which is white. So we are good to go. So the next thing we'll do now is to start the animations, or the animations that we need to write. And so the next thing is, well, before we start our animations, it's very important that we create the bottom tabs, our custom tabs. It's very important. So before we go into the animations, we have to go and create the custom tabs, so we can get everything in line. So I'll go to our navigation folder, So we can close the component folder for now. Then, so inside our navigation folder, I'll create another folder there, and I'm going to call it, let's call it tabs component. Tabs component. And inside the tabs component, I'm going to create the first file I'll create there is custom. Let's call it custom tab. Let's call it custom tab bar.tsx. Then inside it, so I'm just going to say tsrnf here, and inside here I'm going to import. So let me minimize this so we can see the screen, and then take this out too. I'm going to import bottom tab bar props from React Navigation bottom tabs, and inside it I'll get a state, I'll get the descriptor, and then the navigation. Inside here I'm going to get a constant. Let me declare a constant. I'll say dimensions, then set dimensions, and it will be, let's get use state. Let's import use state from React, and then we have height. Let's pass height. Height will be 20, and then let's give it width of 100. Then let's say const indicator, get indicator width will be equal to dimensions dot width, then divided by the state dot route dot length. So we'll leave that there. Then we'll come here. Okay, I'll import. I need to import. Let's go to our tab navigation, and inside our tab navigation here, I'll import the custom bar. So to import that, I'll just come here, and I'll say tab bar. The tab bar will pass the props, and then it will import the custom tab bar, and then we'll pass the props into it. So we're good to go. So for now, we'll come back to it. So let's work on our custom tab bar. So we'll come inside our return here, and inside the return I'm going to pass an empty fragment, and then in here I'll get animated dot view, animated from React reanimated. So we'll get animated dot view, and then we're going to add some styles to it. So I'll be adding some inline styles to this. So we'll say it will be an array of style. So, and then we'll add, so I'll just come here and add the styles to that. So these are the styles we'll add in here. So these are the styles we'll just add here. We'll add the width, height, position, absolute, bottom shadow offset, shadow opacity, elevation, blah blah blah, all that. So we had flex direction and justify content space between align items center. So we're adding all these styles to this, and then we'll come outside here. And then so we'll come here and add animated dot view. It will be an array of style as well. So we will come here and add the position. We need to add the position. The position will be absolute. We will need to add the background color, and then it will be colors. Let's import colors. So the background color will be colors.red. Then we have the top. Top will be 0. Then left left will be 22. Then we'll have height. The height will be 5. We add width. Width will be, we'll add the width. So width will be indicator width. So we'll get indicator width in the indicator width and then multiply by 2. So we'll come here and say view. So view, let's add some styles to that too. So we're going to say, we're going to get flex direction. So flex direction will be row. Justify content will be space between. And then align items. Align items will be center. Then inside here, we'll now come and then we'll get our state. We'll get the state from here. So we're calling this state. So we're going to say state.route. So state.route and then .map. So we'll map through that. So we'll say route. Let me close this. So we'll say route and then index. So let's just get index. So we'll get constant. Let's get const. We'll get the constant and then we'll get descriptors. And descriptors, so inside the descriptor, we're going to fetch. We're going to get row.key. And then inside it, we want to bring our options. So we want to also get, so let's get the label. So the reason why the error is still there is because of the return. So let's write a return. You can see, so the old error will go out shortly. So we'll say label. So we'll get the label. The label will be, let me write it out here. It will be options. So we get the options. I will get the tab. Get the tab bar label. Tab bar label will be, if tab bar label is equal to undefined, then options dot tab bar label will be equal to options dot title if option dot title equal to undefined, then options dot title will be equal to root name. So root dot name, so we'll get the name. Const is focused will be equal to state dot index equal to index. So we called it, is that what we called it? So we can come here now, let's do our on press. So for the on press, so we have const event, go to navigation. So we get the navigation dot emit. So it's just like a way of sending, say navigation dot send. So remember we're getting the navigation from here, the descriptor also from here, and then the state. So I just wanted to show you so that everyone is on track. So we'll come back here and say navigation.emit, and then we'll get the type. The type will be tapper press. Then we'll get the target. The target will be root.key. Then we'll get the can prevent default, and can prevent default will be true. I think we're good to go. Then outside here, we'll come and say if, so we'll say if it's not focused. So if its focus is not true, then if that means it's not focused, then event. So we're going to get event, then pass an optional chain into it, and then we'll get default prevented. Then we're going to set it and say so we're going to say navigation.navigate, navigation.navigate, and then we're going to say route.name. So it will navigate to the route.name. So we use route.params. So I think we are good to go with that. So I'll just copy these and make adjustment to it. So we're going to use this for on long press. So our on long press, we'll remove this. So we're just going to do navigation.emit tab, and then we'll remove this as well. So inside our return here, inside the return, let's add an empty fragment for now. Okay, so this was supposed to be tab long press. Yes, the error is gone. So we'll come into our return. Inside the return here, we're going to create a card. Now inside our tabs component, we'll create the tabs card. So tabs card.tsx nf. So we can import it to our custom bar. So we're going to say tabs import tabs card. So import tabs card, and then inside our tabs card, so quickly we'll declare some types, and then we're going to call it tabs card params. Then it will have root name, it will be string, label will be string. We have is focused. Is boolean. On press will be void. On long press will be void as well. Then we'll come to our tabs card. Inside our tabs card, we will get tabs card params. Inside the tabs card params, we're going to get the root name, then the label, then is focused, and on press, on long press. Inside our return function, we're going to use pressable. Import pressable from React Native. So we're going to say style. So we'll click pass an inline style to that. So we'll get flex one. Justify content will be center, and then we'll have let's give it align items. Align items will be center. Then gap will be, let's give it gap 5. Then let's add margin top of 3. Then padding top 10. Then background color. So we have background color white. Then we can come inside here, and then before we get there, we can we'll do here, and then we'll say on press. On press will be equal to on press. On long press will be equal to on long press. And then we'll come here, and then inside here we're going to be using our icons. This is where we'll display our icons from, and to do that we need to create another file for the icons. So we'll come here, inside here we'll create another file, and then we'll call it icons. Let's call it icons.tsx. So inside our custom bar, we can now, let's pass the props there. So inside it, because it's an array, so we need to pass the key. So the key will be the root.name. Then on press will be equal to on press, and then on long press will be equal to on long press. So we are passing all this. We're passing this on long press, and then the press on press here. So that's what we're passing. Then there are other props. We have is focused. So its focused will be equal to is focused that we declared here earlier, and then we have the root name. The root name will be equal to root.name that we declared here earlier. Then the label will be label dot to string, because it was actually called string. So that's all we need to do here. So let me just quickly show you some of the things we did earlier on. So you have the on press, on long press, and this is for on press, is focused, and then you can see the root. So the root here, that's what we are passing. So the root.name, that's what we pass toward the tab card. So the root.name, and then we pass the label to, we declare the label up here. So that's why we say if the tab bar label is not undefined, it will pass option.title, or it will pass the root.name. So I think we're good to go. Then we have the icons. Inside the icons, what we'll do here is, let's just say export. So we're going to say export const, let's say icons, and then we're going to give, it will be an array, and then the key will be string. Then so we are writing inline types, TypeScript. So we get the color. So color will be string, and then it will be of React node from React. So we get React node from React, and then so it will be equal to, so we'll get the home, we called it home. Let's get our tabs. So let's go to our tabs, tab stack params. So we have home, cart, profile, and settings. The name must be the same. So we called home, and then home, for home we have color. So we get the color, and then the color will be equal to what? Color. So this is just inline, the inline TypeScript method. So you're writing it inline, and then it will be, so we'll render. So if it's home, we'll render. So let's bring in, so let's import vector icons. So we've imported ion icons from vector icons. So I think we're going to need ntypo here. So let's import ntypo. So we get the name for the ntypo. The name of the ntypo we would use here is home, and then size will be 14, and then okay, let's use size 24 so that it can be more visible. And then we're going to use color. So color will be equal to what? Color. So that's it. I'll just copy this and then make adjustment to it accordingly. So here I'll call this cart. It's cart. So we have a color, and then let's import and design to get the carts there. and design, and the name we'll have from and design is shopping cart. Shopping cart. So every of that thing remains the same there. Then we need to add a comma here. Cool. So we'll copy this again. So we'll come here, and then this will be profile. And then profile, inside profile, we're going to use iron icons. So let's bring in iron icons, and then inside iron icons we have person. And then after that we would use the last one we had was settings. Remember the name must be the same for it to work. So here too we're going to use iron icons. And then we're just going to put something there. So I'll put copy. And then we're good to go. So we save this and import it to our tabs card. So we'll come to our tabs card. So inside our tabs card, we will map through the icons. So we import icons, go from icon, and then we'll get the root name from there, and then we'll do this. So we're going to say color. So if it's focused, then colors, we're going to import colors. So if it's focused, let's import colors from our style, from our constant. So colors dot, we're going to use red. Else, if it's not focused, we'll just use gray. It will become gray color. And then after that, we can come outside here and say text. We import text from React Native, and inside this text we'll pass some styles to that, and then we're going to say style color. If color is focused, if the text is focused, then we give it a color of green. Else, let's give it a color of gray. It will give it a color of green. So remove this, else it will be gray. Then let me close this. Then we'll give it a margin. Let's give it a margin bottom. So margin bottom of 8. And then we give it font size of 15. Font size of 15 and font weight bold. Then inside this, we'll pass the label. So we'll pass the label in it. I think we're good to go. That's all we need to do here. Everything seems to be working fine. There's no error. So and we've passed everything to our custom tab bar. So now we can now pass it to our navigation here. So if we come here, we can now uncheck this, and then we save it. So it seems we still have an error there. So we'll check the error and correct it shortly. So I think our mistake is actually coming from here. This is supposed to be for the tab bar width, and it's supposed to be a closing tag. This is supposed to be the width, the indicator. So it's supposed to be a closing tag. So we'll remove this. And save it. Then we'll come back here. And you can see we no longer have the error again. So that's where the error is coming from. So I'm going to remove this again and come back here. Then let's increase the screen, so you can see everything. So this was where the error came from. From here, it's a self-closing tag, because this is what we're actually using to display the horizontal indicator for the bottom, the custom tabs. So it's supposed to be a self-closing tag. So if we come here now and then uncheck this, if we uncomment it and then we save, Beautiful. You can see we have our bottom tabs, and then we can see the indicator is already showing. So let me change the color of the indicator to green. Let's see if it's more visible that way. So we'll come to the indicator, the color. So this is the color here. So we're using color.red. Let me just change it to green. And let's see. I think we have no. So I think we have green there now. So if I move to cart screen, you can see, so we've not done the animation for it to move, but you can see everything is appearing very well. So we're going to work on the animations now so that we can toggle the width accordingly and add other animations that we need to add for this project. So we're good to go. So we'll save this, and because our animation, we're actually going to be accessing our scroll animation from different places. So we are going to use the shared context. We need to create a context for it so that we can access it from anywhere in our app. Now just come here and go into our context folder. Inside the context folder, let me create shared context. So I'm going to say shared context.tsx, shared context, and then inside the shared context, I'm going to quickly write an inline types for that. So we're going to say interface. So interface, let's call it shared context params. So shared content params, we're going to get the scroll y. The scroll y will be shared value from, so let me bring this down. So we're going to import shared value from reanimated, and it will be number. Then we have the global scroll y. It will be a shared value and of number as well. Then we will also be doing scroll to top. So scroll to top will be void. So inside here, we'll now say const shared context. So const shared context will be create context. We import create context from React. Create context from React. It has been imported, and then we are going to pass our shared value, our shared context params. So shared context params, we'll pass it into it, and then it's undefined. So let me just collapse this, and then the initial state will be undefined. So we're good to go, and then we're going to say export const shared context provider. So let's create the provider, shared context provider, and it will be shared context provider. It will be of React Node. So this is just an inline TypeScript. So it will be React Node. So React Node will also come from React Native, and from React rather. React Node will come from React, and then we'll get the children. So the reason why we get the cost, then we get scroll y. So const scroll y will be equal to use shared value from reanimated. Use shared value from reanimated, and the initial state will be 0, and then we have const global. We call it global scroll y, and then we'll say use shared value, and it will also be 0. The initial will be 0. The current will be 0. Then we have the scroll to top. Scroll to top will be a function, and then inside it we have a scroll y dot value. Scroll y dot value will be, so we use it with timing from reanimated, and then to be 0, and then we have the duration. So then the current state will be 0, and then we have duration 300, and then we're just going to copy the same for global scroll y. So global scroll y dot value. So it will return it will be 0. So return to 0. Then here we come and we write the return function, return, and then we get our shared context, the shared context dot provider. Good. So in here we'll provide the value, and the value will be scroll y, global scroll y, and then scroll to top. Cool, we're good to go. And then inside here we'll pass the children. We'll pass children into it. So after this, we'll come down here. So we say export const, let's say use shared, we're going to call it use shared context, and then it's going to be a function, and then const context, we're going to say context equal to use context, and then we'll pass our shared context into it, shared context. Okay, we have now imported use context. We need to import it from React. Use context, it has been imported from React. Then we are going to say if context is equal to undefined. If it's equal to undefined, then it will throw error. So it will throw new error, access denied. So we can also give information about the error. So we say use context within a shared context provider. So the last thing we need to do is we need to return. So we need to return context. So we can use it. So that's all we need to do here. So we need to pass this context now to our bottom tabs. So to do that, we're going to come to our tabs navigator. Inside our tab navigator, then we'll go to our navigation, and inside our navigation we'll go to our tabs component. So inside that tabs component, okay, we could come here. So inside our navigation, let's create bottom, let's call it bottom tabs animation .tsx. So bottom tabs animation.tsx, we'll just do tsrnf. So inside here we'll just come. So we'll pass our shared context here. So our shared context provider, we import it. Shared context provider, yes, import it. And then inside here we'll pass our tabs navigator. So we're good to go. We'll pass our tabs navigator here, and then we'll go to our root navigator. Inside our root navigator, we'll change. So we'll go to our root navigator navigation here. So inside the root navigation, we'll change it from tabs navigator and use the bottom. So we can now use the bottom tabs. What did we call it? The bottom tab animation. Bottom tabs animation, yes. So cool, and everything is working fine. So if we save it, see, it has refreshed the app and there's no error. Everything is working very well and very fine. So from here now we can now pass our animation. So another animation we want to pass is when we scroll, we want to hide the bottom tabs. So this is just the best way to do it, so that we can access the bottom tabs and the tab props from anywhere in our app. So we can pass it through our root navigator as well. So we can close this, and then close the root navigator. So let's go and pass our animation here. So let's collapse this as well. So we can come here now inside our custom bar. After the indicator width, we would come here and say, okay, first of all, let's import our context. So let's use the context here. So we're going to say equal to use shared context. So it has imported use shared context from our shared context. And inside here, we can now access the global scroll Y. We can access the scroll Y value, and then we can access scroll to top, but I don't think we'll be needing it in this context, so we really don't have to import it. Even the global scroll Y, I don't think we'll need it. The only thing we need right now is the scroll Y. So if we need this global scroll Y, we'll come back to it. But for now, I don't think we do. So I'm going to come inside here as well, and then inside here, I'm going to, let's say const on tab, let's call it on tab bar layout. So when the tab bar layout, when it shows, so we're going to use an event, and then we'll get it from what? Layout change event from React Native. So what we'll do is we'll set dimension. So we'll set dimensions, and dimension will be height. So we'll get the height, and then we'll set it to the event.native event.layout. So we'll get the layout.height. Then the next one is the width. The width will be also event.native event.layout.width. So there's no error. I think that's what we need to do. So we'll come here, outside here, we would say const, let's get the tabs, let's get the tab position, so that we can toggle the position. So we'll say tab position X. Tab position X will be equal to use shared value from React Native reanimated, and then it's 0, pass it 0. So I think we should just write all the functions once and for all. So we're just going to come here and we'll say use effect. We'll call use effect from React, and then we're going to call state.index. No, state.index. Then we can now come inside here and get the tab position x.value, and then import with timing from reanimated, and then indicator width, and then we'll multiply by 3.8, and then multiply it by the state.index rather, and then duration will be 300. This will help us calculate the state and the movement of this indicator, of the tabs bar indicator, the bottom tabs indicator. So this will help us track it, and then it will move it accordingly. So this will help us adjust the bottom tab indicator as it changes, as we toggle and change from one bottom tab to another. So it will adjust it, it will update it and adjust it accordingly. So that's just the maths here. So we want to translate Y, so translate X. So when the user press on, for example, if you press on cat, so we want to translate the indicator accordingly to display the current bottom tab position. So to do that, we are just going to say const, let's say animated style. So animated style will be equal to use animated style from reanimated. And then it will take a callback function. Then it will, so we'll say return So it will return transform, and transform is an array of objects. So inside it we can get a translate, what's going on. So it's supposed to be return. So we should have our translate, go translate x. So translate x will be equal to tab position x dot value. So it will translate it to what the value of tab position, which we are updating here. So its initial will be 0. If it's 0, if the index is 0, it will be on home. So as we move, it will what? It will change. So we are going to do that. So that's what we are saying, it to translate it and then update it. So you'll see everything shortly. So the next one is we want to do translate animation for the Y. So I'm just going to copy this and say, so translate, let's say translate Y animation. So let's just call it Y name, and then it will return transform. Here will be what? Translate Y. So translate Y. So translate Y will be equal to scroll Y dot value. So scroll Y dot value equal to 1. So equal to 1, and then with timing will be 100, and then duration will be 300. So let me just write it, then I will explain everything. Duration will be 300, or with timing. So with timing, it will be 0, and then duration will be 0, and it's supposed to be an object. So duration will be 300. So what we're simply saying here is that when scroll while dot value is equal to 1, then with timing, scroll while will be what? 100, and then if it's not equal to 1, else it will be what? With timing equal to 0. So you will see what we're using it for shortly. So we'll come here. So we'll come here and pass what the trans Y animation into this, and then give it a comma. Then for the translate X, we'll come to our scroll indicator, this is the indicator. So we'll come here, comma, let's pass the animated style. We'll pass it to this. Then I think that's all we need to do here. I will just enlarge the screen. Let's enlarge the screen so you can see. So we said, so translate X, this animation, that's what we use to translate the indicator, to move it from one point to the other, from one to the current bottom tabs. So the focus bottom tab. So, and then we are using the with timing. So this is where the calculation is happening. And honestly, I think this will do. We might not need this, so I'm just going to close this. So you can just remove this as well. We're not going to be using it. So we'll just come here. So when we move, if I move to my cart now, it will translate X, and you see it will update the scroll X, the indicator. It will update it. So if I move code, you can say this is beautiful. And if I move it, you can see it's working perfectly. So you see, as I move, it's updating it. It is working well. You can see everything is working perfectly well. So if I move to the home, see, it moves it to the home. This is working well. So next thing we'll do is, when we scroll, we want the bottom. When we scroll down, when we're scrolling down, we want the bottom tab to disappear. Yes, we want to hide the bottom tabs. So that's what we need to complete now. So we'll go to, so for the translate Y now, this is what we're saying here. So we want to, when the home screen is scrolling down, we want to check the scroll Y position, the value of the scroll Y. So when the value of the scroll Y is equal to 1, then the translate Y will be what? Will be equal to 100. That's what we're just doing here. So let me just bring it here, and then we say else. So what we are saying here is that if the scroll while value change to 1. Then translate y. This y will be equal to what? 100. And we passed it to where is it, to this. So, and this is the container for our custom tab bar. The bottom tab, this is the container for it. So what we are necessarily saying that is, if it's equal to 1, when the scroll value is equal to 1, we want to change the translate y to 100. So it's like we are pushing it down. We are pushing it down. Let's say if we say minus 100, if it's minus, that means the bottom tabs will be moving up. It will be moving up. If it's minus, it will be moving up. But if we say 100, that means we are moving. If it's addition, if it's plus, like plus 100 now, 100 is like plus 100. So that means we are pushing it down. We are pushing it down. So we will push it down to an extent that it becomes non-visible. So it will hide it. It goes down. But if it is minus, it will be going up. It will be going up. But since it's plus, it's 100. So it will push the bottom tabs down, and it makes it invisible rather, when the scroll while value is equal to 1. So that's what we are just saying. So when the scroll while value is equal to 1, it will push what? The translate y, the bottom tab, to 100. So, and if it's 100, it will not be visible because already at the bottom here. So if you push it further down, it will go away from the screen. It will be invisible, and so as a result, we'll hide it. So when it's equal to 0, when the scroll while value is equal to 0, else, so that means if it's not equal to 1, it will be equal to 0. Then it will be what? At 0. It's at point 0 now. This is at point 0, because the scroll while value, the initial value we give to it in the shared context, is what? 0. So it's at point 0 now. So if we say, if it's at point 0 and it's playing at the bottom, so if we add plus 1, if we add 1, it keeps pushing it down, But if it's minus 1, it keeps taking it up, because at point 0, 0 is at the bottom. So that's just the idea. So what we need to do here is we are now going to pass this from our section list. We'll pass it from our section list, and from there we can change, because that's where the scrolling is happening. The scrolling is happening from our section list. So from there, that's where all our content are displayed from. So we need to go and write a function at the section lists to check when the screen is scrolling. So when the screen is scrolling, we will change the scroll y value to 1. And that's when it's scrolling down. And then when it's scrolling up, it will change the scroll y value to 0. So when it changes to 1, then the translate y becomes 100, which will push the bottom tabs down. And when it's scrolling up, it will turn the scroll y value to 0, and it will bring it back to 0.0 here, so that it will be visible. So that's just the idea. So without wasting time, and that's why we have to write the shared context, so that we can access this value from the home screen, from the section list, because this is bottom tabs, and then we want to access it from the section list. So we'll come to our section list content. Now this, let's look for, so this is our section list content. We'll come here now and write the unscroll handler. So we'll come up here, and the first thing we need to do is to import. Let's import our context, our use shared context. So we'll say const. So we'll import use shared context. So it has been imported. From our shared context. So we can get the scroll while, we'll get the global scroll while, because we'll be using it, and then the scroll to top. So we'll be using everything here. So another thing we need to do is, okay, for now, let me just minimize this. We'll come back to it later. So after that, we need to declare the section list ref. So the section list ref is use ref, and it will be of type section list, and it will be null. Okay, we have not imported use ref, so let's import use ref from React. Import use ref. This, the error is gone. Then we also need to get the previous scroll position. So we'll say this previous scroll y will be equal to use ref, and then use ref will be current will be 0. So it should be const. And then we'll also be scrolling to top. So let's just write that too here. So we're going to say scroll to top, previous value. So use ref, and then it will be number. It's a type of number. The current will be 0. So we'll come here And let's write the onScroll handler. So we're going to say const handle scroll. So we're saying handle scroll will be event, and the event will be native synthetic event. Synthetic event from React Native, and then we're going to pass our native scroll event from React Native as well. So we're good to go. So we'll come here and then we'll say const current scroll y will be event.native. So we get content offset, and then we'll get y. So we'll get const is scrolling down. Const is scrolling down will be current scroll y. If current scroll y is greater than previous scroll y dot current. So that's how we'll know if it's scrolling down. If it's scrolling down, then the current scroll y value is, we are getting it from the event as it's scrolling, it's updating. So that's it. So it's content offset dot y. So it's updating as it's scrolling. So that's the current scroll y. So if it's greater than the previous, scroll y, which is here, and the previous scroll y is 0, so if it's greater than it, that means we are scrolling down. And that, I think it makes sense that way, because this is updating as we are scrolling. It's updating instantly. So the current position now is 0. So as we start scrolling up, current scroll y will change from 0, and it keeps updating based on the scroll position, whereas this previous scroll position is 0. So that means it's greater than it. So if it's greater than it, that means we are scrolling down. And then when we stop scrolling, we want to update at the point where the user stops scrolling. We want to update the previous scroll y. So the previous scroll y becomes the current scroll position, so that in case this user paused, and after pausing, it starts scrolling down again. So that the logic will make sense. So it will still check. So if at the point where the user has paused, if it's still scrolling down, then current scroll position will now be above the previous scroll position again, and then it will still keep tracking that, okay, the user is still scrolling down. So as a result of that, we need to update the previous scroll position at the point where the user stops scrolling. We update the previous scroll position to the point where the user stops scrolling. So to do that, we're going to say previous scroll y dot value. So previous scroll y dot current is current. We're using useRef there. So dot current, it will be equal to current scroll y. And then the global scroll y will also be global scroll y dot value. We also update that to be equal to what? The current scroll y. Then we need to track. So if the user is scrolling down, when the user is scrolling down now, we need to change the scroll y value to 1. So that's just the idea. So we'll come here and say scroll y dot value. Scroll y dot value will be equal to, if it's scrolling down. If it's scrolling down is true. If it's scrolling down is true based on this criteria. So if the current scroll y is greater than the previous scroll y, that means the user is scrolling down. And if it is true, we now want to use with timing from reanimated, and we want to turn the scroll value to 1. Remember, it was 0 earlier initially, so we'll turn it to 1. Duration will be 300. Else, with timing, so if it's not scrolling down, so as soon as it starts scrolling up, the previous position will be greater than the current position. So at that point, we are scrolling up, we are scrolling back up, so it will turn it towards 0. So it will be, with timing, it will turn the scroll y value towards 0, and duration will be 300. And that's where this logic now holds true. Where is it? Our custom bar. So that's where this logic now holds true. So when it's scrolling down, this scroll y value will become equal to 1. And we are saying if it's equal to 1, translate the bottom tabs, translate it to 100, which will push it down. And if it's not equal to 1, when we are scrolling back up, it turns it towards 0. Then when it's 0, translate with timing, translate y towards 0 as well. So that's just what is happening here. So that's what we are doing here, scrolling down. So if it's equal to 1, then it will hide the bottom tab. So without wasting time, let's just go and pass it to our our section list. So another thing, we come here, we pass, let's get the section, let's get the ref, and then we'll pass the section list ref, section list ref. So we'll pass section list ref, and then let's pass handle scroll on scroll. I'll come here and pass on scroll. So let's say on scroll. So we'll pass handle scroll. It's working fine. Then let's get a scroll total. Scroll event total will be 16. So if we save it, I'm going to enlarge the screen so far. Let's see what we've been talking about. So I'm going to save it, and when I scroll down, beautiful, this is beautiful, isn't it? And when I'm scrolling up, see what's going on. So when I'm scrolling down, it hides it. It has pushed the bottom tabs to 100. That's translated it to 100, which will push it off the screen. So, and it becomes hidden. And you can see if I stop, I pause, and I keep scrolling, everything keeps working fine. We don't have any issue whatsoever. And then every other thing is working. So when I start scrolling up, you see it brings it back. And I'm scrolling up, because at that point it sees that the previous scroll position is now greater than the current, because we are scrolling back up, but we are scrolling down. You see it turns to 1, and this is working fine. So we can continue. So to continue, we'll just come to, so let's continue with our scroll handler. So after this, we also get, so let's say content height. Content height will be equal to, let's get event dot, so we're going to get native event dot content size. So the content size, instead content size will have the height. And then here we're just going to copy this and make adjustments accordingly. So we're going to talk about, we're going to get the layout height here. The layout height, and then let's just event.native event, then we'll get the content offset. So content of native dot offset dot y, and then we'll pass an optional chain into this. So we're going to come here and say const scroll offset. Scroll offset will be event.native event, and then we'll get the content offset. Whereas our layout should be layout measurement. Yes, we're going to use layout measurement, then we get the height. Yes, that's our layout. So we want to get the layout, the height of the layout. So from here, we're going to say set near end. Near end will be equal to scroll offset, then plus layout height greater than equal to content height minus 500. So what we are just saying here is simple. I'll just explain. So we want to get the content height. The content height means the height of the content that is displaying from the search bar, the restaurant, the frequent menu, and the restaurant menu. These are the content of the screen, and the header, they are the content of the screen. So we want to get the content height. So that's what we're storing here. We store the height of all the content on the screen. So, and there we get the layout of the screen. The layout means the entire layout of the screen. So entire layout of the screen is like containing every other side of the screen, not just the content alone. So we're talking about the entire layout, the viewable layout of the screen. So that's the layout we're talking about here. So, and then we are getting the content offset, the scroll offset, just the same way we did the scroll offset. So we want to get the content, which point are we on the content layout. So we want to get the point on the screen for the content layout. So we want to get the point, the position of the screen. So we say set near end, and then inside here, so we'll come out of this, and then we'll say, and inside our section list, we need to add, also want to add some other props to it. We want to add let's add bounces. So bounces will be false. Let's add overscroll. Overscroll mode will be always. Then nested scroll enabled, we make it false. Then a sticky header, which is primary, is false, is true by default. Sticky header enabled. So but let's just pass it. So everything is still fine. So you see now when we scroll back to the top, everything is standing well. So you see that our bottom tab is not standing. So that's why we added the bounces fall. So it's the bounces false rather. So if we remove it and then we'll come here, you see it's not standing, it won't stay. It won't, so we'll have to add the bounces false. So when you would do that and call, everything is working fine. See, everything is working fine. So we're good to go. And if we toggle that one, that's also working, everything is fine. So another thing we want to do is when we scroll up, we want to move the search bar, and then we want to scroll the location header. I want to scroll it, we want to translate it Y, so that it will also go off the screen. So we'll translate that. So let's add that too before we continue. So we can see for now it's not working yet. We've not added that animation. So let's go and add the animation to our location. So we need to go to our home. So let's close this. We may not need them. Let's close this as well. We'll close this. So we'll go back to our home screen. So from the home screen, we're going to pass. So we'll come here and say, so first we'll import our use shared context. So we say const use shared context, import it. And then we're going to get the global scroll Y. So const scroll, this is scrolling up and name. So scrolling up animation. So we'll get use animated style from reanimated, and then take a callback function, and then we'll pass the return to, and inside here we're going to say const translate Y. So let's just say translate Y will be equal to, so we'll use the interpolate from reanimated, and inside it we'll get the global scroll Y, dot value, and then the value. So we'll come here and get the input range. So when the value of global scroll Y is equal to 0, and when it's equal to 50. So when it's equal to 0, the output range will be 0, and when it's equal to 50, it will be minus 50, and that will help us to translate it above, to pull it up above, beyond the screen, above, so it goes off. So that's just the idea. So we want to do extrapolation from reanimated. So extrapolation.clamp. So we'll come to our return here, and inside the return we're going to get a transform. So transform is an array of objects. So we are going to get translate Y equal to trans Y. Good, and everything is fine. So we come into our okay. After our save area view here, so we turn this to animated start.view from reanimated. So import animated, and then animated.view from reanimated. And we're going to fix the error shortly. Then we'll pass the style into it. So let me just pass it this way. So we get scroll up animation. So let's come down here, the corresponding closing tag, animated.view. So everything is fine now. So if I save this, and if I scroll up, see what will happen. This is beautiful, isn't it? Look at it. This is beautiful. And I scroll it up. Then, so we need to work on the height as well. So that's the next thing we will do so that it can adjust it. So we're going to work on that quickly. So we'll just come to our section list here and then change this to animated.view and then animated.view. And inside this animation, we're going to pass the star. And then we're going to pass the scroll animation to it as well. So cool. So if we scroll it up, beautiful, you can see everything is working fine. This is cool. And we have everything working out well. And you see, this is beautiful, isn't it? So another thing we can also do is we'll go to our location header and add some opacity. Let's add opacity to it. So when it's scroll in, so we'll go to our location, that's our component. Inside our component, we have home headers. Yes, so our location header. So inside our location header here, we could just say, we can just come here, let's import our global, our use shared context, and then we'll import the global scroll Y, and then after that we'll come here and remove this. So we start from here. So we're going to say name opacity, let's say animate opacity. Animate opacity will be import use animated from animated style from reanimated. So it has been imported from React Native reanimated, and then so we'll get a return, and then we're going to return opacity. So let's write opacity now. So let's get opacity. So we're going to say const opacity. Opacity will be, let's use interpolate from reanimated, and then we're going to get the global scroll y value. So we're going to say global scroll y dot value, and then we'll get the input range 0, and when it's 70, and then we'll get 1. The output range will be 1, and this will be what? 0. So it's return. So we're good to go. Everything is working fine, and then we imported everything from reanimated, this use style and interpolate from reanimated, and then we'll come down here to our view here. So I'm just going to close it so we can have it. So we're going to import animated from reanimated. So I'm just going to get animated.view. Okay, so that we can import animated from reanimated. So .view. So everything is fine now. We can save this, and then when we scroll, it ensures that the opacity becomes hidden, inactive. So it will hide it, and you can see everything is working out fine. We're good to go, isn't it? We need to do the scroll to top function. So let's add that too. So we come to our section list content. So we'll come to our section list container content, and then inside our component or our home header, so we'll get our scroll. Let's create the file for let's call it go to top. So go to top button .tsx, then tsrnf, so we can come to our section list content and render that before the section list. So we're going to have it here. So we'll come here, and then we're going to import animated from reanimated. Let's see, we've been using animated. Yes, we already have animated from reanimated. So we're going to get animated.view. So animated.view, inside animated.view, we would have our go-to. So we import our go-to top button. And then inside the go to top button, we'll have the unpress there. So we'll do that shortly. So let's go to top button. Go to top button now. Let's declare an interface for that. So the interface will be go to top params, and then we have the onPress. The onPress function there will be void, and then we will import it here. We'll render it here, and then we'll say go to top params, and then we have the onPress. So the onPress, and then inside the return, we'll use touchable opacity. So we'll get touchable opacity, and then we'll bring ion icons. So we've imported ion icons from our at expo/vector icons. So bring ion icons here, ion icons, and then inside the ion icons we'll get the name. We'll get name will be equal to arrow up circle, arrow of circle outline. And then we have a color. The color will be, let's give it the color of white, and then we give size will be 12. Let's make it size 12. Then inside this we'll have text from React Native, and then text will say back to top, and then we'll give it style. So inside our style we have the go-to style. So go to style back to top. Then inside our opacity, inside our touchable opacity, we would have, okay, let's get the onPress first. So onPress will be equal to onPress, and then we have a style. Style will be equal to go to top, and then we have the container. And then we're good to go. Quickly, let me just show you the style. So we imported them from card styles. So from card style, let's go to our style component, and we have card style here. So let's check go to. So this is for star rating, and then we have the go to top styles. So we have go to top button container. No, that's not what we used here. So we have the container, we have flex direction, align item 6 and gap 6, align item center and gap 6. So we have the back to top and the text. So we give it font size of 12, color white, and font width 600. That was what we used here. So we used the container and the back to top. So we'll come to our section list. In our section list, we need to get the onPress. So the onPress function, we need to write the handler for that. So let's call it handle scroll to top. So quickly we'll write the function. So we'll come here, let's say const handle go to top. And now we're going to use async method here. Okay, we call it handle scroll to top. So let's use the same thing. I'll just copy it here. So scroll to top, and inside the scroll to top we'll get the section. So let's get the section list ref that we declared earlier. So we'll get the current, and then inside the section list ref, because it's a type of section list, so we'll have the scroll to location. So inside the scroll to location, we're going to declare some params. So we have the section index. The section index will be equal to 0. We'll return it to 0 to the default. Then item index will be equal to 0. Then animated, we want to animate the movement, so it will be true. And then the last one is the view position. Yes, we should be view position. View position will be 0, so everything goes back to the default. So we also need to write a function. So I'm going to come down here and write a go to function. So I'll say const go to top. Go to top will be an async. We use async method, and then So inside here, we're going to get our scroll y value, scroll y dot value, and scroll y dot value with timing from reanimated. So we'll turn it to 0, scroll y value will be 0, and then duration will be 300. Then the section list ref dot current and we will get the scroll. Okay, well, let's just copy the same thing we did. So we're good to go. So we can call this goto function inside here, inside our handle. So we'll come inside here and call it. So we'll come here and say go to top. So we'll call the function here. Then the last thing we need to write here is animate. We need to animate the goto function, the go to top. So we'll come here. Let's write it here. And then we're going to say const animate go to top. So we will use animated style from reanimated. So use animated style from reanimated, we'll get the const is scrolling up. So const is scrolling up will be equal to our global scroll, then dot value. We'll get the value. So if it's less than the scroll to top previous value dot current, and global scroll while dot value is greater than, if it's greater than 170. So we're going to save it inside what the scrolling up. Remember, we declared the scroll to top previous value, and it's 0. So we are getting now, that's the same way we did for scrolling down. It's just the opposite of it. It's as simple. When we're scrolling up, so we want to get the previous scroll to top value, the previous scrolling position. So we'll get it, and then we want to see if this global scroll value is less than that. If it's less than that, it means we are scrolling up. And if it's less than that and the global scroll value is greater than 170. Okay, let's get the return so that the error can go away. So we'll come here and say const. So we'll say, so we'll get opacity. So opacity with timing. So if it's scrolling up, and his restaurant, if his restaurant is within his restaurant section is true, so his restaurant section is near end, or if his restaurant section or is near end, so we'll go it. Duration will be 300. So we'll write for translate y as well. So translate y is the same thing, and then this time this will be 10. So translate y, if it's scrolling up and then his restaurant section, if it's scrolling up and his restaurant section is true, and even the near end, so if they're all true, it'll be what, 1. So you translate y, it'll be 1, and then else it'll be 10 here. So just the same way we did for scrolling down. So we need to update the scroll to top previous value. So we update the current to be equal to what the current state of the global scroll y. So global scroll y dot world value. So that's all we need to do here. Everything is fine. Then we'll come to our return and return opacity. We return opacity and then transform. Transform will be an array of objects. From inside it we get translate y, and translate y is going to be trans y. So we save it, and then we'll go to our animated view for the go to top button, and inside here we're going to get a style. So the style will be an array of style. So we'll get the anim, go to animate, go to top. So and then we'll get the go to top style. Go to top style. It has imported it, and then we'll take the go to top button container. And I think that's all we need to do. We save it. So we save it. Let me show you the style from the card style. So that's where we're using go to top button container. So we have the flex direction. You can see everything here. Say absolute top screen. Top is screen height. We're taking from our constant. Background color black, z index, so it can appear at the top, on the top of the screen. And then this is all the styles we're applying to that. So if I scroll down, nothing happens. Okay, let me bring. You can see it's already showing up. So let me enlarge the screen. Let me zoom it in. So if we're scrolling down, nothing happens. But when I start scrolling up, you see this is wonderful and it remains sticky. This is beautiful, isn't it? If I scroll down, it goes. So if it's scrolling up, and if I tap back to top, you'll see it will take it back to top. This is beautiful, isn't it? That's gone back to top. So you can see it has gone back to the top of the page. And then if I scroll down, you see it appears. It's at the top, and it doesn't have to appear there. That's the thing. So if I keep scrolling down, let's go to so if I come here and I scroll up, if I press back to top, it takes it back to top. This is beautiful, isn't it? So then we're doing fine, everything is working well. So the next thing we need to do is the onPress function. When we press on the restaurant, we want to navigate to the restaurant screen, so that when we press on this now, nothing is working yet, it's just there. So we need to create that. We need to create the restaurant screen, and then we need to create the navigations. So